I'll tell you, that's the first time that
Really?
Yeah.
He supports 61.
Nanette, do not leave until we catch up with each other.
I did.
Well, that's good.
And I might, pass out. But exhaustion doesn't catch you if you sketch up to me.
He's got a business.
Right. He, Evergreen, right? Is that where he's from?
Good evening, everyone. The City Council meeting of September 20, 2010 will now please come to order. Please turn off all cell phones and pagers for the duration of the meeting, and will the city clerk kindly call the roll?
Thank you. Council, are your lights flashing at your stations?
Yes.
Thank you. As I call your name and you respond, please also push the button to show that you are here. Mayor Pro Tem Snyder.
Here.
Fresh button. Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Natal. Councilman Moreno.
Here.
Councilman Benson.
Here.
Councilwoman Carson.
Here.
Councilwoman Teeter.
Here.
Councilman Johnson.
Here.
Councilman McEldown.
Here.
Councilman Gold.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snyder, you have the forum.
Thank you, ma'am. Will the audience please rise for a moment of silence and then join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, city staff will pass around the microphone, and council invites the audience to please introduce themselves.
Mike Corelli.
Jasper Francisco.
Andrew Chavez.
Omar Barraza.
Pedro Rodriguez.
Alan Lee.
Mr.
Mark Sebrick.
Kim Stratler.
Danny Thomas.
Danny Thomas.
Jan Keesey.
Guillermo Salinas. Leonard Newsom. Joy Bishop. Gene Leffel.
Karen Keith, Parks and Recreation. Leanne Lau, City Manager's Office.
Greg Thomas, Public Works Department.
Chris Kramer, Planning. Garrett Sterling, City Engineer.
Charlene Meeker, Derby.
John Howard, Information Technology.
Brian Brian Broom, Community Development.
Ms. Ryan Cordero, Intergovernmental Relations.
Bill Blocker, Chief of Police.
Malcolm Caswell, Tax Division.
Tom Anker, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, everyone. A public comment roster will be available on the table at the entrance to the council chambers for those of you who wish to address the council on any matter other than what is on our agenda. Please state your name and address for the record, and you are reminded that each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. The first name I have on the list is Leonard Newsom. Please come forward, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Leonard Newsom. I reside at 10094 Hannibal Street, Commerce City. And good afternoon to the council, and thank you to Ms. Snyder. The reason why I'm here is again to remind the council, and I really appreciate all the efforts I've heard from members and also other parties who are not here, to the impact of having this food market in Reunion. It's something that we definitely need. It's a passion that I do have. And I had a chance to talk to some more citizens. And again, there's a strong need for this. I know we have a meeting coming up with Mr. Vincent and also Mrs. Peter. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. We're looking forward to that, and the whole community is. So again, I do appreciate everything the City Council is doing. I'm very aware of the incentives that are out there. And again, I just want to help all I can to push this to make it better. And also, we have a great opportunity to make something out there in this community that could be green, a great food market, could be a really a stamp for this wonderful part of the city we have in Commerce City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next, I have Mr. Lee. And Mr. Lee, I do have you on here twice, so were you wanting to speak on anything other than the agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Alan Lee, 11206 Juliet Street, Commerce City. I did want to speak on the agenda item, but I will wait until that is called upon. But I want to speak with the council this evening about Proposition 101, Amendment 60, and Amendment 61, and discuss briefly the impact that those particular amendments that will come before the voters this November would have on the community of commerce and the municipalities up and down these states of Colorado. And to that end, on behalf of a number of city employees, many who are here with me tonight, including Mike, Mark, Andrew, Jasper, Thomas, Desiree, and Eggert, AFSCME has contributed $150,000 on behalf of those employees to make sure that we defeat those particular measures because of the hardship that they will create on municipalities, including our very own city. To that end, AFSCME will also be hosting town hall meetings from Trinidad, Pueblo, Grand Junction, and we'll be having one this Saturday in the Denver area at 10:30 a.m. Participating on the panel will be Oregon City Council member Eva Henry, Ishmael Guerrero, who's the director and CEO of the Denver Housing Authority. Also our very own Jim Benson, who's a councilman here in Commerce City, as well as the executive director of the Colorado AFL-CIO, and a number of clergy and business folks finding common ground on an issue that will dramatically impact public safety and our ability to provide the day-to-day affairs of the city. So I wanted to invite the Commerce City Council as a whole to join us, and I also wanted to put it on the radar for the public. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be heard.
Did you say 10:30, Mr. Lee?
Yes, 10:30.
10:30, okay.
10:30 at 333 Quebec, which is really a hop, skip, and jump up the street at the Holiday Inn Stapleton, I believe.
I just had down for a while.
Holiday Inn, you said? Okay.
Holiday.
new holiday inn up there. It's Stapleton Plaza.
Okay, and it's 3333 Quebec Street.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for bringing that up. Speaking as a non-council person, but just as a citizen in this statement that I'm about to make. This is a non-councilman person statement. I agree with you wholeheartedly, 100% on everything that you said, and I'm just really glad to hear that the public will be educated on these propositions and what can be, what the consequences of them can be. So I appreciate any group that's coming forward to educate the public on that. So thank you for that. Seeing no other on the citizen communication, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. Carson, did you have something?
I just also wanted to say thank you to Ashley and anyone else who has taken that challenge on to do it. Speaking as a non. But thank you. It's nice to see that our employees are out there backing this and working it. We needed to do so. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor President, if I could just have a moment, I'm going to lower this.
Of course,
so the audience, so the people over here are getting
Yeah.
that.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. That makes a big difference for the audience and those who have the sun right in their face. Thanks. Okay, tonight there are two sets of minutes before council for approval. The first set of minutes are the minutes for the meeting of August 16, 2010. Councilwoman Teeter.
Yes, move approval of the regular meeting minutes of August 16, 2010.
Thank you, Councilman McEldowney.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of August 16, 2010. Are there any discussion? Seeing none, I would like a voice vote at this time. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against? Thank you, that motion carries. The second set of minutes is before council this evening for approval of minutes for August 23rd, 2010. Before voting on the minutes of August 23rd, I need a motion to allow Councilwoman Carson and Johnson to abstain from voting because of their excused absences. Councilman Moreno?
Move to excuse council members Carson and Johnson.
Thank you. Councilman McEldowney?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to allow abstaining of motion from Councilwoman Carson and Councilman Johnson. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes. Thank you. At this time, I'll enter to maintain a motion. Councilman Bullock?
Move a motion to accept the minutes of August 23rd.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Teeter?
Second motion?
Been moved and seconded to accept the motion to approve the minutes of the August 23rd, 2010 meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. There's one item on the consent agenda this evening. I'm sorry, Ms. Carson, did you want to speak on something? Okay, Ms. Carson?
I was under the understanding that the night of the 23rd, I was put down as an excuse. I would like to change that. I don't know what happened. I was driving between Ray and Yuma, and maybe the cell sign not so great there when I sent my message over that I wasn't going to make it. So I was like to excuse that. You said it was an excuse, so maybe I'm wrong.
I did not hear that it was an excuse, but as far as there anyone on the council has an issue with excusing Ms. Carson for that night? No? We're going to consider you excused. Thank you. There's one item on the consent agenda this evening. Council is reminded that this item can be removed from the consent agenda for discussion. Does anyone wish to remove the item from the consent agenda? Councilman McEldowney, did you have anything?
Ready to make a motion.
Okay. Alright. Councilman Teeter, did you have a comment or a motion? Okay. All right. All right. Councilman McEldowney.
Move to approve consent agenda.
Councilwoman Teeter.
Second motion?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title of Ordinance 1821 reads as follows: An ordinance amending the 2010 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Bureau of Justice Assistance JAG grant funds in the amount of $26,168 to complete the final phase of purchasing furnishings and equipment for the police substation at 103rd and Walden, and authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you, sir. May I now have a roll call vote? Thank you. 8 yeses, 0 noes. Motion passes. On to Resolution 2010-52. There's one resolution that was not included on the consent agenda because it does require a separate voice vote. It is Resolution 2010-52, a resolution appointing members to the Commerce City Rental Property Task Force. I will now ask Acting City Manager Nanette Nealon to introduce the staff and open discussion on Resolution 2010-52.
Thank you, Mayor, Pro Tem, and Council. I'd ask Brian McBroom to come up.
Thank you, Mr. McBroom. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Snyder, members of the City Council. On August 30th, 6 members of the City Council met and interviewed 17 applicants. The charter that was adopted by the City Council on July 12th set forth a rental property task force and asked for applicants for 4 residents to be appointed to the task force and 3 landlords. There were 17 total applicants for those 7 seats. At the conclusion of the interviews on August 30th, the 6 City Council members present recommended the appointment of 4 residents plus 1 alternate resident to the task force, 3 landlords plus 1 alternate landlord to the task force, and recommended an additional stakeholder be appointed to the task force. The resolution contains the names of the residents and landlords plus the alternates that were recommended by the City Council members present that evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have about the resolution.
Councilman Bullock with that question, or?
I'm just ready to make a motion.
Okay, Councilman Benson.
Well, I have a question I wanted to ask this year. Does the charter say something about the other 3 or 4 stakeholders, about how they're going to be members of the commission also? Because there's nothing in this resolution about the other stakeholders like the police department, the fire department.
The charter as adopted does set forth the additional stakeholders. The City Council did not seek applications for those additional stakeholder seats.
Is that something those organizations to appoint?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Yes. And you'll take care of, do they know about this?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So, but you'll take care of getting them to appoint somebody that will arrange time for the next meeting, I guess.
That'll be my next step after this evening, is to work with all of those that have been appointed, trying to establish a date for the initial meeting.
Then I'll second that motion.
Okay, we don't have a motion on the floor yet, but it's time I'll have you on there in a second. The motion's not on the floor just yet, but when you're ready, not quite yet, but you're certainly welcome to second that as soon as we get there. I'm going to go ahead and read them, or if you'd like to, just so everyone knows who they are. Okay. Just quickly, the residents are William Adams, Christy Romano Brake, Burke, is it Beu? Okay, B-E-U. And Ruth Miller. Doreen Armelon is the alternate. The landlords are Annette McCann, Dean Smith, and Danny Thomas. Alternate is Orville Lewis. And the additional stakeholder, bless you, Annette, is Megan Story, Colorado Apartment Association. So I'd like to thank everyone in advance for coming forward to volunteer their service on this task force. Does anyone else have any questions or anything on it? Okay. Then Councilman Bullock.
Move to approve Resolution 2010-52, Councilman Seeger.
And Councilman Benson.
Second that motion.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve Resolution 2010-52. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title of the resolution reads, Resolution appointing members to the Commerce City Rental Property Task Force.
Thank you, sir. The city attorney has read the title. May I have a voice vote, please? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Resolution 2010-52 passes. And I look forward to hearing the reports as that task force moves forward. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. Next, we have ordinances on first reading. The first one coming up is ordinance 1801. There are 4 ordinances on first reading. 1801 is an ordinance amending the 2010 budget by the recognition of the Department of Justice Jack Byrne grant funds in the amount of $64,693. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address council on this ordinance? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to introduce ordinance 1801 by council as seated. Councilman McEldowney.
Move to approve ordinance 1801.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Bullock.
Second motion.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 1801. Is there any discussion by council? Seeing none, will the city attorney please read the title?
I read an ordinance amending the 2010 budget of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Department of Justice Jag Byrne grant funds in the amount of $64,693 for the support of low-cost recreational and delinquency prevention programs for the youth and teens in Commerce City and the authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you, sir. And Councilman Benson does have a question before we take a vote. Councilman Benson?
I just wanted to ask Leanne Noel, you're responsible for this, is that correct? Okay. I enjoy approving these ordinances, recognizing money coming into our pockets. So thanks a lot.
Yes, Leanne is working very hard, and I think that she doesn't always get the recognition that she deserves. So we want to thank you very much, Leanne, for always going out and looking for every penny that you can get. So thank you very much, Leanne, and thank you, Councilman Benson, for bringing that to our attention. Okay, then, may I have a roll call vote, please? Councilman Johnson? Thank you, sir. The vote is 8-0. Motion passes 1801. The next ordinance is 1838, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Sales and Use Tax Code as codified in Chapter 20 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code. Will Acting Manager Nanette Nealon introduce the staff so that we may review the ordinance?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Tonight we have Cass in absence of Roger, who's sick. He is after all his work on the budget.
Oh, we're sorry to hear that.
Yes, so I'm going to, Malcolm Castillo, I never say the name right now, I'm sorry, Cass. We'll start the presentation and then Bob will be there to support from a legal perspective.
Okay. Welcome, sir, and feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Malcolm Castillo. I'm the art manager for the city, and I'm going to be working with Mr. Gator on this tonight. This is Sales and Use Tax Code overview and amendments. Background on this is the city charter specifies city manager shall be responsible for enforcement of ordinances. Sales and Use Tax Code adopted by ordinance. It's part of the municipal code, but it's bound separately for the convenience of taxpayers. Sales and Use Tax Code is available on the city website and in hard copy form. Home Rule means Commerce City Tax Code stands on its own. City Charter Municipal Code provide for city attorney and director of finance positions. City attorney is appointed by council and serves as a legal advisor to the city and prepares ordinances. The director of finance is appointed by city manager. The city manager delegates enforcement of the Sales and Use Tax Code to him. City attorney wrote the Sales and Use Tax Code, advises staff on proper interpretation, and serves as expert court witness regarding the code. The Director of Finance oversees the implementation of the tax code by the tax division of finance and serves as local hearing officer. City tax hearings are informal administrative hearings. Tax hearings provide local review of tax issues. Taxpayer can then appeal to the State Department of Revenue for a hearing to no vote or court. File an appeal in district court to no vote. tax case can be appealed to the Court of Appeals, and the tax case can be finally appealed to the Colorado Supreme Court. What is council's role in all of this? To listen and pass on complaints to management, allow administration of the tax code to follow process, adopt amendments to the tax code. What is the tax division's role? Implement the code as written, defend the code, educate taxpayers, and ensure compliance by conducting audits. Proposed code amendments fall into several categories: clerical cleanup, such as renumbering sections, compliance with changes in state law or legislature determines something to be of statewide concern, clarification of code in response to court cases and Department of Revenue hearings, and elimination of obsolete sections or language. And from this point, Mr. Governor.
Thank you, Cass. First, I want to tell the council that tonight's a significant step forward with regards to the city and the administration of the tax code in the city of Commerce City. I've been working in conjunction with the finance department and with city management with regard to getting these amendments before you. We've been working on these amendments now for almost a year, and the amendments serve two purposes. One is to make it crystal clear to the auditors of how the tax code is to be administered. And secondly, to make it crystal clear to the taxpayer as to how the tax code is to be applied. Now, our tax code has been in effect since 1971, and there have been amendments through the years to the tax code. But try as hard as we may, there have always been instances where interpretation of the tax code caused difficulties. And by experience, all of us have learned the areas of tax code that need clarification. And we've had some assistance in that regard through the courts, and we've had assistance in that regard through taxpayers telling us things that we need to take into account, and we've had assistance in that regard through city management telling us that's not clear. We need this to be clarified. So those thoughts in mind and background bring us to where we are tonight. I want to make a comment on one of the slides that Mr. Castelaw presented that some of you may not understand what that meant when you referred to a hearing de novo. That simply means that the case is tried from the very beginning without the benefit of any record that had previously been made. By that I mean when we have a hearing, say administratively, before the hearing officer in Commerce City, we have a tape recording of that, but that tape recording is simply for the purpose of clarification when we go to issue a decision, what was said at the hearing. But if it's appealed, you start all over again. That record, that proceeding in front of the hearing officer then is in effect for information purposes, but it's not binding and has no effect on the appeal to the court or to the Department of Revenue. I think that explanation was needed to make it clear for you what that meant on that slide. So now getting to the heart of what we're talking about this evening, the proposed tax code amendments, one of which was the clerical cleanup, and that's the one that's in front of you. I'm not going to spend much time on this particular section of the amendments because they really are just clerical provisions that were inserted in the tax code for purposes of correcting things. Like, for example, you see numbering changes, and then you see the number of pages where there were numbering changes. Well, that comes about because some of the paragraphs were not actually numbered, so when we'd have to refer to a paragraph, we'd have to say the second paragraph on page 6, for example, instead of saying paragraph 5A or 5B or something like that. So that's strictly clerical improvement in the code. Then we get to certified or registered mail. Certified mail is a much more efficient way of handling the delivery of mail when it comes to making sure that a taxpayer or addressee gets the mail as opposed to registered mail. So we've changed all references to certified mail instead of registered mail. Some places it said registered mail, some places it said certified mail, so we're making it all consistent. Title cleanup simply refers to those situations where the title of a paragraph was such and such, but when you read the body of the paragraph, it wasn't really consistent with what the title said. So we're making the title explain what that paragraph is about, so that when you look at the title, you have a general idea what that paragraph is talking about and not be misled by a title that didn't really fully explain the contents of that paragraph. So that's the kind of things we're talking about. City name, again, all that refers to is that sometimes in the code we refer to Commerce City, sometimes City of Commerce City, and sometimes just City. So that kind of a clerical change makes it totally consistent throughout the code. Consistency of title and regulation, all that's talking about, again, is making the title consistent with what the body of the paragraph is about. Next paragraph. And by the way, I should interject at this time, as I'm going through this, by all means, if you have questions at that point, it's probably more efficient that you interject the question at that time rather than forgetting the question at the end of the presentation. So if you have a question, by all means, interrupt me and I'll seek the answer at that time.
If anyone has a question, just feel free to push your button and I'll recognize you immediately. Thanks.
Next body of changes has to do with compliance with changes in the tax law. Even though we're a home rule city, there are certain things in the administration of a tax ordinance that are considered a statewide concern. That means, since it's a statewide concern, if the state legislature takes action on an item, that tells us that we need to adopt our ordinance to be consistent with that state law. And that happened in several cases. A good example is when this tax code was first written, there was no such thing in the state of Colorado as what we refer to as limited liability companies. After the tax code was adopted in 1971, the state law was amended to allow for limited liability companies. For those of you, just for clarification purposes, a limited liability company is another form, I'll refer to this loosely, of a corporation, because the owners of the limited liability company are similar to stockholders in a corporation, but there are certain income tax advantages and certain procedural differences that allow limited liability companies to be administered much more efficiently and effectively and more simply than a corporation. Requirement for minutes, requirement for annual meetings, that kind of thing. So in our tax code, we just had reference to corporations. So we simply changed the reference to corporations and limited liability companies, meaning that those references apply equally to both types of business entities. Now the next point, 30-day appeal provision. That's rather significant because in our tax code, when an auditor issues a tax determination, final determination, assessment, and demand for payment, there's a period where that auditor's decision can be appealed. Under our tax code, it was 20 days. different cities had different time periods. Some cities had 20 days, some cities 25 days, some cities 30 days. Well, it was very confusing to a taxpayer that's doing business in different cities. So the state legislature stepped in and said that, hey, it's got to be consistent throughout the state. Anytime an appeal is to be had from a local tax audit, it's a 30-day appeal requirement. So we amended our tax code to comply with that. And in our tax code now, we're consistent with that state law, which says 30-day appeal provision is in effect. One of the things that we often ran into in our tax code, the structure of the code is such that you have sections, and then you have areas of tax code that refer to regulations. Well, it's common practice in administrative law. You have the law, the section number, and then you have regulations that are adopted administratively, say by the city manager in our case, or if you're dealing with the state by the Department of Revenue. Regulations then implement the law that sets forth what is governed by that particular section. Well, when our code was first adopted, we wrote it with section numbers, and we had the city manager adopt regulations. Well, there's always, seems like always an argument, do the regulations, do they just explain what the law was as written, or are they expanding on the law and therefore are invalid? Because the regulation is spelling out more authority than what the law originally provided. So what we did in this tax code is, and this was not with this amendment, this was about 15 years ago, we said, City Council, we're submitting the whole tax code to you as a council to adopt the sections and regulations as one big ordinance. So therefore, the regulations have equal effect, equal authority as the section. Well, that was done, it was adopted, but throughout the period of time since then, we have encountered problems with different attorneys, different taxpayers, still thinking that the regulation had less effect or less meaning than the section number itself. So we put a clause at the very beginning of this, and this is the amendment, the very beginning of our code that spells out that the regulations and all code sections have equal force and effect, and you should consider them all on equal footing. That's all that you find on page 2 there. Now, fabricated items. That's a clarification, because what we're talking about is when a business, or an individual taxpayer for that matter, but in most cases a business, will buy pieces of an item, parts, if you will, assemble them or fabricate them in the city so they end up with a finished product. No different than if you buy a finished product outside the city and then bring it into the city as a finished product. But in this case, what we're talking about, they fabricate the item in the city. So from a tax point of view, that has the same legal effect as if they went and bought the whole item in total rather than bought parts and then bring it into the city and assemble it. So we just are making it clear what fabricated items mean here, and that's all in the definition section on page 3, and that's what it's referring to. Definition of food, you find this of interest because under federal law, any food that is bought with federal food stamps is exempt. And we recognize that in the city, and so we're defining food in our tax code to mean, or to include, as the exemption, any food that is bought with federal food stamps. That would be exempt food, even though it would be otherwise taxable. Then, of course, definition of personal property and definition of real property. Sometimes you have a tax case that becomes complicated because it's not clear whether an item is personal property or real property. A good example is erection of a tower. A tower that can be easily disconnected from the ground. You have a steel plate with bolts in it and it's connecting that tower to the ground with those bolts. The bolts can easily be removed, the tower removed, and so it's been our position that hey, that's personal property. See, real property is not taxable in America. We're only talking about taxing personal property, the purchase of personal property or the use of personal property. So that becomes important to define what is personal property and what is real property. Well, through the years, we've relied on court cases to define it. But now we're making it crystal clear to the taxpayer that we're talking about personal property is defined in our tax code. We don't care how somebody else defines it. We're talking about real property is defined in our tax code. Again, this is a definition. Quasi-governmental organization, a good example of that is the water district. That's a quasi-governmental organization. Now, when they make a purchase, their purchase is exempt. But under our tax code, we did not have a clear-cut definition of quasi-governmental organization. We said purchases made by quasi-governmental organizations are exempt from tax code. But we didn't have a definition of quasi-governmental organization. It's clear that the water district is exempt. But then you got into issues of, well, what other kinds of organizations are exempt? So that definition clarifies it and helps both the taxpayer and the auditors in administering that item. Next. This slide here deals with the basic substance of the amendments. What we've been talking about up to this time are more or less clerical things that just clarify what the code is about. But now we're getting into the issue of what we learned or were told in some court cases, and this helps us to clarify what it is. So if I'm not here 10 years from now, or you're not here, or the finance department auditors that are here now, they'll have a clear understanding what this tax code means in these areas. So I'm going to take a little more time to explain what these are about. First of all, there's the responsibility to pay sales tax. Well, that sounds pretty easy and pretty clear, but the problem becomes someone buys an item in Commerce City, that's clear cut, subject to sales tax if it's not an otherwise exempt item. If they buy the same item in unincorporated Adams County and don't pay a sales tax on it, then they bring it into Commerce City. Now, that transaction is subject to what we call a use tax. Use tax complements sales tax. So you don't avoid paying the sales or use tax on it by buying it in an unincorporated area and then bringing it into the city and using it. You get a use tax assessed. Now that makes it clear that the responsibility is there to pay the use tax as well as the sales tax, not both, one or the other, if you don't pay a tax on it when you buy it. This next one you get maybe somewhat of a comical response. I didn't when we got the decision. We had a court case in Adams County where we had purchase of aggregate materials, sand and gravel materials, in Commerce City. Took delivery in Commerce City. So it's just like you buying a piece of furniture in Commerce City and you pay a sales tax on it. This company bought the materials in Commerce City, loaded them on a truck, and then shipped them out of Commerce City. So it's like you buying a piece of furniture in Commerce City, then shipping it out to use it the same amounts or somewhere else. You still owe a tax on it because the transaction took place in Commerce City. Well, we have a provision in our code that says storage of construction materials is exempt. That provision came about not because we desired to impose that provision, but because the state statute passed that law saying storage of construction materials is exempt. So what happens in this court case is the taxpayer bought the item, bought the aggregate materials, loaded them on a truck, took them out of Commerce City. The district court ruled that transport of those materials was in effect storage. Ruled they were exempt. Obviously, we had to appeal that case, and we did. Went to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals wasn't too impressed with the district court decision and ruled in favor of the city and said, hey, that's not storage. That's transport of materials is not equal to storage of materials. So we prevailed in the case, but for the future, we figured we better amend our tax code to make it crystal clear that in order to be storage, it has to be in place. It can't be something in transit. So that's what that definition is about. Another item that I want to specifically bring to your attention is when property is acquired in Commerce City by fabrication or assembly of an item, it's subject to the use tax, the same as if you bought the item as a finished product outside the city and transported it in. I made reference to this earlier. But when the auditor is dealing with that item, it becomes a question, well, what about the labor? Is the labor included in the tax, in the value that's being taxed on that item that is now a completed item in Commerce City? So this gets a little difficult. Well, the way the auditors have been applying this area of the law is that if the taxpayer takes the item and capitalizes it on his income tax return as a finished product and takes depreciation on the finished product, we tax the finished product. Just like you buying an automobile, you pay a tax, your sales tax, on the automobile assembled. You don't pay it on the parts individually, and then don't pay it on the labor that went into constructing or assembling the automobile, or on the design went into it. You pay it on the finished product. Well, this provision in our tax code says that then if the taxpayer elects to capitalize the item then as assembled is taxed on the capitalized value as set by the taxpayer. If the taxpayer assembles the item and elects to what we call expense the item, then separate out materials, separate out the labor, then we only tax the materials because the taxpayer has opted to treat it as an expense item rather than as a capitalized item. That last provision has significant meaning in the administration of the tax code because it clarifies everything for the taxpayer in regards to this capitalized issue and clarifies it also for the auditors. Is that clear on that? Because that particular provision has been giving us some difficulty over a period of time, and this will clearly spell out what is intended here. Next. The next item is also a very significant provision in our tax code because what it deals with is when an item is leased or rented, there is a tax on those lease payments, same as if you bought the item and paid in full for it. Now you're paying for it just on a lease basis. But when the item is acquired, you pay your lease payments, and the tax is imposed on those lease payments. And that's true in Commerce City as well as state or any other. That's not unique to in Commerce City. Where it gets somewhat complicated is that if there's not a clear-cut lease agreement, lots of times this is word of mouth type thing, or a rental as opposed to a long-term lease. Well, what happens then, let's say that a company takes possession of a rental in Commerce City, and it's clearly done in Commerce City, and then takes the item outside the city of Commerce City, maybe take it coast to coast. And what happens then, the bill is sent to the headquarters of the company. And let's say the headquarters happens to be in Denver. Denver didn't have anything to do with the delivery of the rented item. Denver just happens to be the place for paying the bill. Well, the taxable event is the delivery of the item. So we've run into some disputes with the other taxing jurisdiction that says that, hey, the bill is coming here in Denver, in my example. Therefore, Denver's entitled to sales tax on that rental. And we say no. The delivery took place in Commerce City. The transaction took place in Commerce City until you present proof to us that the transaction, even though it originated in Commerce City, is now the item, property, is now located in Denver, and all of these payments that are being made is on equipment that is located in Denver. Only then would Denver be entitled to that tax. Well, this provision clarifies that issue so that cities like Denver and Commerce City can readily read the tax code and understand what the rules are. And we've had some difficulties with that, but this would clear that up. Also, we've had some difficulties with the situation where you have a contract and it doesn't specifically say the item is being rented or leased, but it's certainly being used for a purpose. Always has to be in Commerce City in order for the tax to apply. But we've had some difficulty in this tax provision here. This tax code provision will clear up that, hey, if it's rented, leased, or used in Commerce City, money's paid for that benefit is subject to the tax. Next.
I have a question. If the office that does the billing is in Commerce City and that's the only thing they do is the billing, the product is done somewhere else, it is sent somewhere else, but the billing is done in Commerce City, who collects the tax off of that?
We don't collect the tax. If our only nexus, as we say, connection with the transaction is just the billing. But if it's not clear where the item was delivered, we have the presumption that with the billing in Commerce City, it's in Commerce City. But then if the other entity shows that no, the delivery was not in Commerce City, or the taxpayer says the delivery was not in Commerce City, and we're satisfied as to the invoices and to the bill of lading, if there's a shipping document that it was actually not in Commerce City, we back off. We don't collect tax on that, because in order to have a taxable transaction, the item, not the billing, but the item has to be delivered in Commerce City.
Okay, thank you.
Next. Did I complete that to everyone's satisfaction, or was there more question on that last slide?
I have no one else on the board right now. Thanks.
And that's telling me I missed 3 items on that last slide.
Yeah,
you
you
want to
do.
go back to it? Let's see. Okay, and I didn't clarify one thing. The fair market value is taxable. What that refers to, just for clarification purposes, is that if there is an acquisition of an item as a gift, with the exception of some close family members as defined in the code, then it's the fair market value that is the base for assessing the sales or use tax. Because if you have a gift, the base is 0, of course, because there was nothing paid for. So on an audit, then, it's the fair market value that is the taxable base. That avoids the situation where someone can purposely undervalue an item in order to avoid sales tax, in order to eliminate the efforts of the auditor to look at an invoice and say you paid this $1, it's certainly worth more than $1, and that avoids that issue. Taxable event defined as time of personal use. That has to do with when an item is used. I should refer to it this way. We're talking about what is the taxable event. The taxable event is at the time of personal use. It's not if you have an acquisition of property outside the city, then it's brought into the city later, several years later. We're talking about what is the taxable event. The taxable event is bringing it into the city, not when they bought it. In that scenario, we're just talking about a use tax and not a sales tax. Next. Okay, this has to do, and I should make this clear too. When Commerce City holds a tax hearing, the taxpayer has a choice. He can either appeal if he's not happy with the decision, he can appeal to the Department of Revenue, or he can appeal it to the court. If he appeals it to the court, he has to post a bond. If he appeals it to a bond twice the amount of what the liability, claim liability. If he appeals it to the Department of Revenue, he doesn't have to post a bond. So what we're doing here is clarifying that court cases in the Department of Revenue hearings for the purposes of our tax code are in the same category. I mean, that's the taxpayer's choice as to what remedy he wants to pursue. You'll find this interesting. Medical marijuana wasn't addressed in our tax code because it was written long before the issue of medical marijuana became an issue. Clarifies that medical marijuana is not deemed a prescribed drug. Prescribed drug is exempt under our tax code. If you purchase a prescribed drug, you don't pay a sales tax on it. If you purchase medical marijuana, not you, but somebody, someone purchases medical marijuana, then that's not a prescribed drug, so that's subject to a sales or use tax. I referred a little bit to the exemption of certain gifts earlier. That's if you make a gift from one relative to another one, father to a son, or vice versa. There's no tax on that transaction. Procedural change, tax liens, those kind of are lumped together here. They have to do with this situation. A procedural change deals with the situation. You have a requirement for spelling out the basis for your appeal. It's no different than filing a complaint in court. You have to describe what your complaint is. Well, we were running into a problem in Commerce City where, in particular, one attorney would say, I want a hearing. Wouldn't say the basis for the hearing. He wouldn't go into details. So then he'd expect to, when we have a hearing, go through the whole lot. That's what the auditor is for. So what this spells out is that request for a hearing needs to define what that person is expecting to overturn in the audit and what is wrong with the audit, and to tell us exactly why he's appealing it. And it poses a burden on the city to send out a notice back to him and tell him your request for a hearing is not adequate, it's flawed in these respects, and it spells out what those respects are so it helps the taxpayer to better understand what he has to do to correct this request for a hearing. Tax liens, again, that's simply a remedy that if someone doesn't pay the taxes after he's exhausted all his appeals, appealed all of his remedies, and the lien can be filed on the property to require collection of the tax. It doesn't happen very often. Fortunately, if a taxpayer has appealed it, doesn't get a favorable decision, then generally we found that the liability is handled. And we've been very lenient, I would say, in working with taxpayers in that regard because, especially with the economy, we give them time to make payments as long as they show an honest effort to satisfy the tax liability. I think the finance department is good about working with the taxpayer to get that liability satisfied. Holding officers responsible for corporate failure to act. That's strictly out of the state law too. If the corporation has a judgment against them and the corporate veil is pierced, if you say, the officers are shown to be responsible for the actions of the corporation, or in this case, the corporation or the limited liability company, they can be personally liable for non-payment of those taxes. Clarification of how statute limitation applies, that's one that's favorable to the taxpayer, because under our old code provision, if the statute limitation, which is 3 years, was running, and the time was brought up, we as a city had no choice but to proceed with immediate collection efforts. We didn't have authority in certain cases to waive the statute and extend it, because that was a drop dead date. So under these amendments, either the taxpayer or the city can agree to extend that statute of limitations. As you may know, there was a court case that involved Suncorp, and that court case was settled along with other issues that were involved. Similar issues that were involved in the tax case, the whole thing was settled. Part of that settlement had to do with amending our fuel gas formula. What that formula is, it's a formula in our tax code that provides for a base for the value on which the sales tax is assessed on that fuel gas that the refinery would sell or use. And this amendment was written with the assistance of the refinery. So, but part of the settlement was that we would amend the code to make it more understandable, both from the refinery's point of view and even from our auditor's point of view. So that's what that amendment is about. Then we get to the definition of railroad rolling stock. This is a court case. You'll find this, maybe you'll find it interesting. Had to do with a private railroad as opposed to a public carrier. And this particular taxpayer is operating a private railroad, and there were some tax implications as to how that was to be assessed in the operation of that rolling stock with that private railroad. And this clears it up that we're talking about the exemption applies to public carriers, not to private carriers, and that's all that does. Again, clarification of the tax code that not only now, but in years to come, hopefully will make it easier for everybody to administer. Next. There were some obsolete provisions in our tax code, which you can probably readily understand, having originally written in 1971. It's been amended several times since then, but those provisions carried over. One, for example, had to do with City Council was trying to encourage the construction of garages in the city to take care of outdoor storage. And at that time, there was an exemption written in the tax code to deal with eliminating the sales and use tax on any garage constructed in Commerce City. And it had an expiration date, well, that provision is still in code, even though the expiration date is long since. So there's no reason to keep that provision in the code anymore. So that provision is eliminated. Settlement limitation, what that had to do with is under the old tax code, is if the case was in court, we had to come back to the city council to get approval for that settlement. And time-wise, oftentimes, that was the problem because the court would give us a certain date to get that handled, and the city council wouldn't be meeting, say, for 2 weeks in those days. So it was a provision in the code that said we had to get approval from the city council. Well, that's eliminated now, and the practice has been that if it's a settlement provision that's in the best interest of the city, we make the settlement and get the concurrence or get the blessing of the city council on having that happen. But we don't have to do that before we can handle it through the court process. The last item there had to do with data processing. That really is just bringing our code up to date and in line with the modern technology, dealing with data services and computer hardware and software. And I want to express appreciation to the IT department for the help that they gave us in drafting that whole section. And that whole section is a reflection of what came out of the IT office then with regard to those provisions.
Bob?
Yes.
Under that, I noticed that some of the digital products that are included under eligible for taxation, how are these in any way enforceable in terms of like digital music, digital video?
Okay. I might make a broad general statement first and then address that specifically. All of these items in the tax code have to do with the efforts of both taxpayer of honestly interpreting what they're supposed to do or asking questions if they don't know. And secondly, the efforts of the auditors going out into the field and going through the records and asking questions as to what the process is out there in the field with the individual taxpayer. So to answer your question, really, it's kind of twofold. One is it's somewhat on an honor system, what they're doing and how they're using it, and how they answer their questions when the auditor poses those questions. And then the auditor has to make a determination as to how to apply those provisions of the tax code to the questions and to the answers that are given. So I'm sure that in many cases there are going to be instances where this whole thing slips through the cracks, but on the other hand, it's on the books, so you do rely upon the taxpayer to report what is going on, and if they don't understand it, then they have to ask the auditors and the finance department how to apply it.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
On the summary, there are no new taxes are imposed.
And I'd like to just add to that to give council some assurance on this. As you may know, TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, says that the city can't impose any new taxes without a vote of the people. So we're constrained with that constitutional provision that says no new taxes without the vote of the people. So these amendments that were made have to honor that constitutional requirement. So when Cass refers to that no new taxes imposed, that's really has to do with the requirement of the Constitution that we can't legally impose any taxes.
And clarifications are consistent with recent court cases and Department of Revenue findings. And this is the first comprehensive cleanup since 2006. That's all I have.
Okay, so that's the extent of our work that's gone into this for the last year.
Sounds like an awful lot of work. So thank you everyone that was involved in doing that. That was no easy task. Is there anyone on council that has any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address council on this ordinance? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion to introduce ordinance 1838. Council is seated. Councilman McEldowney.
Move to introduce ordinance 1838. Council is seated.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Johnson.
Second motion.
Thank you, sir. It has been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 1838. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title reads, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Sales and Use Tax Code is codified in Chapter 20 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to provide for amendments deemed necessary for application of the Commerce City Sales and Use Tax Code in the City of Commerce City.
Thank you, sir. May I have a roll call vote, please? Councilman Bullock, did you have a question?
I was just going to have some comment on this motion that on being on council last time I was on before being elected in November, if you realize all the work that went in on this ordinance, you know, Bob says a year or so, but I can tell you that whole department with the tax department and everything have been working on this off and on for the last 4 or 5 years, because every time a tax case comes up that's controversial, it goes back to this, and this will actually clean this up in such a way that it will take and give time to our attorneys, our tax auditors and everything else, because everything's spelled out now. And I want to thank the people that worked on this, because it wasn't easy by no means. Thank you very much.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly, Councilman Bullock. It certainly has been needed, and it is, I know, been a very long process. Councilman McEldowney.
I actually want to echo Mr. Bullock's comments and just add to that I think we talk a lot about our economic development needs. And one of the things that I see in the tax code is that we have a much more transparent tax environment, and that we hear from our businesses, they talk about the need for predictability and clarity. And this obviously gives someone who wants to do business in Commerce City a much better sense coming in of what to expect from a tax perspective. And so we remove the mystery and we make it easier for them to understand, you know, the cost of doing business in Commerce City. Hopefully, show that it's a viable place to do business. And so again, I want to echo the comments about the investment of time made by Bob and by the finance department. I'm hopeful that this pays dividends. You obviously put a lot into it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman McEldowney. Seeing no further people on the board, may I have a roll call vote now, please?
I'm sorry, who was the movement and second?
It was Councilman Bullock and second.
McEldowney and Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman McEldowney, were you the first? And Councilman Johnson second.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you very much. Okay. The next ordinance is ordinance 1842, an ordinance amending the 2010 budget of the City of Commerce City appropriating $24,454 and authorizing its expenditure. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address council on this ordinance? If not, I will entertain a motion to introduce ordinance 1824 by council as seated. Councilwoman Teeter.
Move to approve ordinance 1842.
Thank you. Councilman Benson.
I have a question.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Proceed with your question, Councilman Benson.
What is this 17,222 for?
Councilman Benson, during the budget retreat, we identified that the need for an additional position for risk manager. So the 17,000 is for the cost to bring on a risk administrator in the last 2 months of this year.
That's a new employee, new
Yes,
position.
new position. And a new position must be through an ordinance adopted by City Council.
Do we not have anybody presently on the city staff that can perform that function?
Not to the level that we would like as a city. We're consolidating the functions. We're split between the finance department and HR, consolidating them, and this position will report under HR and will enhance our education on safety and evaluation of all the rates that we pay for insurance, et cetera.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman McEldowney?
Well, I will
Councilman,
second that. I will
a
second.
second. Councilman Bullock, did you have a question or a second?
For the second.
Okay, great, oh, great. All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 1842. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Title reads, an ordinance amending the 2010 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating a portion of the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund in the amount of $17,222 for the risk manager position and supplies, and transferring a portion of the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund to Information Technology Fund in the amount of $2,635, and transferring from the general fund, the Community Development Building Safety Division, to the Fleet Management Fund in the amount of $4,600 for a total amount of $24,457, and authorization of the expenditure thereof.
Thank you, sir. May I have a roll call vote, please? Councilman McEldowney, did you have a question?
Yes, I just want to actually have a comment before the vote.
Okay.
For those that weren't party to the budget retreat, so folks that might be tuning in tonight or may have missed that discussion, I think we just want to couch this by saying this isn't just a position that we're adding. This is in fact a position that, while many of these functions are performed by different folks across the staff today, by bringing in a single point of contact or a single expert to handle these functions, we see a role that will effectively pay for itself over time by maximizing our opportunities and minimizing our risks. And so I think, unlike the other positions we're relating, we just see this as a line item from a salary perspective. I think there's a great benefit for the city in introducing this position. So that was my comment.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a roll call vote now, please. Okay, I have 7 yeses and 1 no, no being Councilman Benson. And so the motion passes. Next is ordinance 1840. 1840 is an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the City of Commerce City's revised municipal code. Will City Attorney please review the ordinance?
In a way of a brief background, this ordinance was prepared at the direction of City Council after considerable discussion as to whether or not you wanted to have it considered by Council or you wanted to refer to a vote of the citizens of the city. And after that discussion, it was determined that the ordinance would be drafted. I was directed to draft the ordinance with the assistance from Martin Semple in my office, and we proceeded to do that. Also then, I did send a copy of the ordinance to Mr. Lee for his input, and he's had an opportunity to review it, and he's going to have some comments tonight for the council. He and I discussed it briefly before this council meeting as to his concerns. I will review the ordinance in general terms as to what it does and what it doesn't do. And then if I have any, if there are questions, then Martin Semple is available in the audience who can help me. And Mr. Lee then has indicated a desire to address council regarding the ordinance then at the appropriate time. So having made those introductory comments, I think one of the first items that I want to bring to your attention is in section 2-5000, the definition section, bargaining unit, because in order to even start any of this process, we have to define, well, who is eligible to even be considered in the bargaining unit if the election is such, or if the ordinance passes, and then if there's an election that authorizes the bargaining unit. And as you'll notice in 2-5000, subparagraph 1 on that page, that the persons included are those employed by the city in a full-time, Fair Labor Standards Act non-exempt position, non-exempt. And non-exempt means that those employees then that are paid for overtime in the event they work more than the 40 hours a week with, and we're not talking about police personnel here because they're covered under the FOP, so we're only talking about non-police employees. And then those that are considered confidential are not included in the bargaining unit, and those considered as managerial employees not included in the bargaining unit. So then it becomes necessary to define what we mean by confidential employee, and that means someone who in the city manager's opinion acts as in an advisory or support capacity with respect to an individual who directs or participates in the formulation of management policies in the field of labor management relations. Then it's spelled out specifically who we mean by that, and that is employees in the city manager's office, city attorney's office, human resources department, and then one employee designated in the office of each department director. That way the department director can have his or her immediate assistant who would have access to the type of information that would not justify having that person included in the bargaining unit. Then we get to this payment of dues issue. And I'm going to pass over that definition for the moment because that is going to be covered later on in the ordinance, and I'll come back to the definition. But just as a general observation, fair share contribution simply refers to those employees that have opted not to be included in the payment of dues, still because they're in the bargaining unit, they are in a sense getting the benefit of the bargaining that takes place. Therefore, the question arises as to what they should pay as far as a fair share of the dues is concerned. But we'll get into that in a moment. But that's generally what that definition is about. Now, if this ordinance passes, it authorizes the employees to engage in collective bargaining. Those employees that are defined that I just spelled out for you, authorizes them to engage in collective bargaining. And then we talk about what is covered by collective bargaining, what is subject to bargaining rights. And paragraph 2-5001 defines what the bargaining rights are. And they are just give you a general observation here. You can read it as we go, but for the benefit of the audience also. It refers to dues collection, wages, work hours, education incentives, general leave, and fair share contributions if those fair share contributions are authorized by a separate election. That's the way this is drafted. Then you spell out in subparagraph 2 there under section 2-5001 those management rights that are reserved that are not subject to the bargaining rights. Then we get to the process for selection of an employee organization. And section 2-5002 authorizes the union organization to engage in collective bargaining. So that would be, what is the organization then that would be authorized then, and that organization then is chosen by an election of those members of the bargaining unit. So it starts, that selection starts with at least 33% of the members of the bargaining unit filing a petition with the city clerk to initiate that process. Then, assuming that the petition is found to be in order, then there would be an election, and the way this is drafted, an employee organization shall then be selected if 51% of the members of the bargaining unit vote in favor of its selection. So then let's assume that passes. Now we have an organization in place. Now the question is payment of dues. So the membership dues are set by the organization. Then we get to this question of fair share contribution. And that means then, the way this ordinance is drafted, an employee organization may negotiate on the topic of fair share contribution. That means it becomes an issue for negotiation if an election is called for the sole purpose of determining such issue. At least 75% of the employees in the bargaining unit vote in favor of authorizing the employee organization to engage in negotiations for fair share contributions. So that petition then must be signed to initiate the vote, must be signed by at least 50% of the members of the bargaining unit. And then the vote must be at least 75% of the employees in the bargaining unit is in favor of, and this is important. It means that if passed, then they can negotiate for fair share, and if management agrees, then the employee is liable for payment of fair share contribution of the dues, of the expenses. And if they don't pay, then the union, strictly between the union and the employee, then the union can proceed against the employee to require payment of that fair share contribution. Then we get into the period of the collective bargaining agreement. I'm pointing now to section 2-5004, parens 4, because I'm assuming that these are all passed now, so now we have it in place and we have these elections handled. The term of the agreement then is for a term of not less than 1 year nor more than 3 years, so that's subject to negotiation as to how they negotiate that with management and agree upon it. If they can't agree, then becomes the issue of how you resolve those disputed issues. The way it's resolved is it's submitted to arbitration. And you have an arbitrator, a third-party arbitrator, who then makes recommendations, not binding arbitration, but makes recommendations to management and to the organization as to resolution of the issues. The final decision with regard to these issues does lie then with the city council. So management and the organization negotiate. They can't reach agreement. It goes to an arbitrator who then submits recommendations, and the final decision then is made by city council after consideration of the recommendations from the arbitrator. Strikes are not permitted. Section 2-5006 specifically provides for that, and it provides then for a method for resolving any issues that are in dispute. Now, if this ordinance passes, then it means that the employee organization needs to be selected by starts from a year from now, September 1, 2011. What that means is this issue doesn't just sit in limbo. It has to be moved forward, it has to be handled. And that's what this ordinance specifically provides. If after I've completed this, and I have completed what I have to say about the ordinance, I'm going to ask Mr. Semple if he has any additional comments. Then I know that Mr. Lee has some comments. I had a brief discussion before the meeting, and I know he wants to address council and the courtesy to him, and certainly he's entitled to do that. When all said and done, if you decide that tonight is the night you're going to vote on this issue, it's on the agenda for a vote, then you're going to vote on it. It's really desirable, not required. We normally don't do this, but I think it's desirable both for the employees' benefit and the public's benefit as to give some explanation as to why we're going this route, why we feel that this is desirable to do. That gives the employees both pro and con some indication of what we're doing here. And I think it's a desirable thing to do. Of course, that's your decision. Normally, you're not called upon to explain the vote unless you choose to. And of course, that's the case here. But I just think, based upon comments that I've heard, both pro and con, it might be desirable for the employees to know what's going on in our chambers here. So having said those things, I remain Madam Marshal Kenneth Martin, if he has any comments to add or subtract from the question. Gary?
Mr. Sippel, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Not at this point.
Okay, did anyone on council have any questions for Mr. Sippel at this time? Ms. Carson? Councilwoman Carson?
For you, or we're going to be in here, we're referring to the election, and that it has to be 50% plus one every eligible person in that bargaining unit. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct. That is correct.
I got one saying yeah, one saying
well,
no.
51% of every eligible employee in the collective bargaining unit.
Would that, so it's not 50% plus one. It is 51%. Okay. I personally find that a strength. I couldn't be setting up here if I would be placed under a condition such as that. I look to my left and my right, and nobody could be setting up here because none of us had 50% of our constituents turn out. Okay. Well, congratulations, Kathy. And it's just something that we see. I would love it if everybody did vote. I will tell you, somebody who has been through these type of votes, I do know that we have lots of employees who set very indifferent to the fact. And they're sitting around, not as a naysayer, not as a yaysayer, but they're sitting around saying, well, you know, it really doesn't matter to me, and let me let the ones who really have an opinion here, let them cast that vote, and I will abide by whatever wins there. So I really would like to see this ordinance read that it's of the ballot that it counts. If none of our employees vote, but 10 of them, and 6 of them say no, well then it's no. If 6 say yes, then it's yes. I don't think it's very fair to say every vote that's not cast is a no vote. I don't know how that turns into a no vote. The thing is, I don't think it can turn into a yes vote. It's just somebody who didn't want to exercise their right to vote, and I believe they have the right to not vote. But I don't believe those of us who do vote should be punished by that. because I would have felt it a great punishment. If I could not have won this seat by the people who did come out and vote, if somebody would have said, well, a huge majority of your constituents did not go out and vote, so I'm sorry. There is not anybody, there was 5 of us running for this seat, Mr. Stern is there, none of us could have taken this seat under that circumstance. So it may have been a different election, but it's still, I'm a believer that I don't care what the election is, when the ballots are counted, it's 50%, and I would like there to be +1, because if it's 50% and 1%, I don't know what 1% is going to work out to because you don't know what 1%. But that's my case for arguing why that I believe it should say that. I believe they should be treated just as fairly as I would like to be treated.
City Attorney?
I just want to reassure council, I drafted this ordinance with the assistance of Mr. Semple and with Karen Stevens in my office, with the idea that it is a draft, to give you something to work with. You had to have something to start with. So I'm not married to any particular provision. I just felt we used the Thornton resolution as a guide. We used the FOP as a guide, and give you ideas of what you've got in front of you, and then you work with it. So I just wanted to reassure you that that's my feeling on it.
Mr. Guerra, I find your order to be reasonable there.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Benson?
Well, I agree with what Ms. Carson just said. I believe that we've already decided that we have the best city staff in the state of Colorado. The city manager states that. I agree with that. If they're interested in this issue, they're going to vote. We don't require a vote of 5 people whenever we have to vote on an ordinance up here. We require that there be a quorum, and then a majority of those voting can decide an issue. I think to decide, to say that we have to have 51% of the total eligible employees, I think puts an extreme burden on those trying to hold this election. I guess Ms. Teeter is an exception to what Ms. Carson said, that she did get over 50% of the total registered voters. Well, the thing is, you got over 50% of the votes cast.
Eligible voters.
You didn't get 50% of the total registered voters. You got 16,000 at that time. So none of us would be up here. We wouldn't have a president of the United States. We wouldn't have a Congress. We wouldn't have a Senate. We wouldn't have anything if this was a requirement the way that we vote in this country. People who are interested enough to vote will get out and vote. If you don't vote, you got no grounds to complain about what happened. So I think that, in fact, I would move that this be amended tonight to state that it's going to be 50% plus 1, not 51%, but 50% plus 1 of those voting. And I will so move.
I have several people on the board still, so let's get to those first and we'll get back to that. Thank you. Councilman Moreno.
Not to sound like a broken record, but I do agree with Councilwoman Carson and Councilman Benson. This is one area of where the draft ordinance is not consistent with the FOP charter amendment, and I have that language right in front of me. In section 21.6, subsection A, it reads, "The certified employee organization shall be the sole and exclusive representative of all members of the bargaining unit if the majority of the members of the bargaining unit voting in an election vote for such employee organization." I think it's only fair that we be consistent with the FOP charter amendment for the rest of the employees as well.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Bullock.
It would be redundant for me to say what has already been repeated, so I'm going to just let the comments that have been stated stand because I agree with them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Johnson.
I don't agree. I think we've got a unique microcosm of people in our community here, and I saw incredible support a month or two ago. I really don't see how you wouldn't get 51% if you have the numbers you had on your survey. They were like 73%. So I'm not sure what they're anxious about. I think that we need to let the employees speak here, not slick numbers. So let the employees speak. And I think you could advertise it. If you don't vote, that's a no vote. But I think there's a lot of folks who would like to put their say something. And I think the way it's written is absolutely fine.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Councilman McEldowney.
Thank you. I just had a question for Mr. Gaylor. The 51%, where did we pull that percentage from? Was that based on?
I believe that came from the Thornton. I'm not positive of that, but I believe that's correct.
Again, it goes back to that majority petition kind of idea. Everything that's indicated was kind of the 50% of the collective bargaining unit idea, and that's what we know.
Understood. Thank you.
Could everybody hear Karen all right?
Yes. So, I have a question. Maybe this sounds stupid, but what is the difference between 51% and 50% plus 1? I'm a little unclear as to what the difference is between those two. So that may sound like a stupid question, but I'm sorry. Anyone?
Well, 51% could mean a larger number than 50 plus 1. So, in other words, you're talking about 1%, and that could mean more than one person, depending on how many are in the bargaining unit. But let's say, for example, you have 200 people in the bargaining unit. 1% of 200 is 2.
I see. Okay.
So that would be the difference.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilman Bullock?
In disagreeing with Mr. Johnson, even going back to the petition process, not signing the petition doesn't mean that you don't want it. It just means at that present time you did not choose to sign, that you sat on the sidelines or on the fence and waited to see how everything was going to fall. But I do repeat what a lot of people said. If we went by any vote not being cast as a no vote, there would be none of us sitting up here. Because more people didn't vote than they did vote for us to be representatives of this city. So when you move this forward, I think that it should be a direct vote of the people that want to vote, not sitting back and saying, if you didn't vote, that's automatically cast as a no. Because if we would look at that from the other side and say, okay, everybody that didn't vote, we automatically get to cast that as a yes, nobody would see that as a fair vote either. So if you're going to look at it from both sides of it, let's look at it evenly and say, let's just count the people as a majority of the voters, not a majority of all the people. And in all the unions I've been in, and I've been in two, IAM and Teamsters, it's always a majority vote of the people voting, not a majority vote of everybody that is represented by the union.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, I thank you, Karen, for bringing that up. When we have these discussions, Mr. Lee and all you all kept saying, if we get 51%, if they want it, then we can put it in. So that's what we put together. Now you don't want to go by those rules. So we keep changing our mind, we keep upping the scales. Listen, we've gone this far, I'm ready to vote for this. But you're going to pick a step and also slam it towards the union. And I'm not going to sit here and let you do that. So you said you wanted 51%. You got 51%. You're not even happy with that. Now, I told you if it was 25%, you'd be happy. The thing is that's what you wanted. That's what we put in. and now you're not happy. So make up my mind, yeah?
Councilman Moreno?
Just to drive home Mr. Bullock's points, I, in this last election, received 51% of the votes cast in the election, as Councilwoman Teeter did. My ward had the highest turnout, and that was only 25%. If all of the people that were eligible to vote in that election hadn't voted, and they were counted as a no vote, I would not be sitting here, and none of us would be sitting here. So I think it's the same standard. It's a democratic process that we're following. The 51% of those votes cast in an election.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Carson?
Mr. Johnson, I don't know if I misunderstood you or if you misunderstood me. 50 plus 1 is one of the topics, but the other one is should they have to win by all eligible voters 50% plus 1 instead of winning by all votes that were cast. I'm saying they should be treated the same as all of us were in our elections, is that you count the votes that were cast, not the eligible voters who didn't turn out, because I'm not going to say what your race was. I will only say mine. I would not have won this seat if I would have had to have won a vote by 50% or greater than 50% of all eligible voters in my ward. So there's two issues, I guess, coming about in this. One is it just by votes that are cast, and then how do you count those votes that are cast? Is it 50 plus 1 or is it 51%? Because 51% actually could fluctuate all the time. If there was an election today, as Mr. Baylor said, and there was 200, you would have to win by 52. 5 years from now, we had an election, and there was 400, you have to win by 54. It keeps changing, that number. When you put a number such as 50% plus 1 is a majority, you win. And so it's just, it keeps everything the same. There's no confusion of somebody saying, well, one time we won and we only had to have 2 over that 50%. How come we lost this time when we had 3 over that? It's just a very clear, precise way of stating it, is that it's 1 vote above that 50%.
Thank you. Councilwoman Teeter?
Yes, a question. When the presentation and all this had been taking place the night that we voted on it, I really did forget. Was it 51% that the union was asking for? Do you remember that, Mr. Baylor? Or was it 51 plus 1? Because I really don't remember. I'd like you to confirm that, please. Because if it was that and then changing it now, to me doesn't make any sense.
You know, I don't really recall the specific terminology that was used. I think the bigger issue here is, though, as to whether or not you're talking about all of the members of the bargaining unit or only the voting members of the bargaining unit, whether it's 50 plus 1 or 51. You got to
decide that first, okay?
Yeah, really, that's okay. The bigger issue. You got to remember that we're talking about the bargaining unit, so that means everybody, whether they voted or not, though. And I don't think that's been said, but you do have to remember that that's what we're talking about. We're talking about everybody, whether they voted or not, they're in the bargaining unit if it passes. Right?
I guess I'm not, if it passes, they are in the bargaining unit and have the right to become a member.
Right, even if they didn't vote.
That's right.
Okay, so are they able to opt out then if they don't want to pay dues or be part of it if it passes? That's my question. I'm kind of a little confused about that part of it.
Okay, I think I'm going to let Martin address that, but my understanding is they cannot opt out. They will be then not paying dues, but they would be subject to the reasonable, fair share provision. But Martin, take it off from there.
Thank you, Martin.
Mayor, council members, the bargaining unit is decided by the definition in the ordinance. So there's no opt-out from being in the bargaining unit. You're either in it or you're not by reason of definition. So if the union is voted in, then they represent, for purposes of bargaining, everyone that's in that bargaining unit, whether or not they're members or whether or not they pay dues. But it's a definitional aspect. So everyone that's defined to be included in the unit is going to be in it. And there's no opt-out from that point of view. The only opt-out aspect really is whether you end up paying a fair share to the union or not. And that becomes a matter of negotiations, potentially, the way this is written.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Johnson?
Yeah, let me clarify here. We had, in our last election, how many eligible voters? 16,000, I think, something like that. You know, how many employees are going to be in the bargaining unit? 700? 600? 500? 1,000? Do you know?
No, we don't know. We're waiting for the final council approval. I was trying to think of numbers. We have about 300 full-time employees and then anywhere upwards to 200 part-time employees. Of those 300, I'm taking a guess now, I think you have at least 30% exempt, but I will follow up with council this week and get you a range of numbers, not an exact number, but a range.
So,
and then we have police is another 100.
Yeah, but they're not in this bargaining unit.
That are not in this bargaining unit. So I think we're down in 100, less than, it's around 100, I would guess. But I'd rather give you a better number.
But just for the sake of argument, we got 100 people, 120 people that would be eligible to vote. And I don't think that's going to be too tough to get to work. It's not like 16,000 people who are going to have to take off work early to vote. It's going to be 100 people who can vote at work. If you can't pull that off, you don't need to have it. You don't deserve to win. And so, you know, I think pulling these little tricks at the end here, it doesn't fly. It just doesn't work. We're talking about 100 people. And the way that they start on the people who signed the petitions, 100 people means nothing. All you have to do is go over to their house for studies for a month and they're done. So I think we should just leave it alone. I mean, either that or just go put it in and let them write their own rules. But I think this is really fair.
Councilman Benson?
You know, let's take this to another extreme. Let's say we had an election involving two people. There were 5,001 people who voted in the election. One person got 2,500 votes. The other got 2,501 votes. Nobody would be elected if it was required that they have 51%. So it's just a ridiculous type of requirement. I don't remember whether it's 50%, maybe somebody said 50.1 or 50.001, but it's anything over 50%. It's 59.00001. That's enough to win an election. And nothing that we do in this country, I don't think, challenges that. It's just the way that we operate in America. I've never heard of that kind of rule. Notwithstanding the fact that I guess the city of Thornton has chosen to use the 51% standard. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. But to simplify this for council, I think that this is city attorney talking, that looking over it's 50 plus 1 or 51%, I would say if you wrote it or if you did it 50 plus 1 would take care of that issue for you. 50 plus 1 is fine from my perspective. I think the major issue is how are you going to decide? Is it going to be 50 plus 1 of the entire membership in the bargaining unit, or is it going to be 50 plus 1 of those who vote? That's really the hardest discussion as I see it.
Mr. Mayor, do you think I should break out? I made a motion to amend two things. One was to require the vote to be counted only among those people who were voting, and I said also it would be 50% plus 1. Should I break that up into two different motions?
I think that'd be, that's from a parliamentary point of view, is to split the question.
Right. If it's okay with the chair, I'd like to move that we have the election based on only those persons who vote, which should, I hope, include the entire bargaining unit, but it should include only those persons who choose to vote in that election.
Okay, and so at this point, City Attorney, I still have 3 people on the board that want to speak, so should we hold off on taking that vote until those group of people speak, or do we vote on the motion now? I don't have a second yet, but yes, I still have public comment as well, yes.
I think it'd be preferable to hear.
That's what I agree with, but I want to make sure I was in line. Okay, Councilman McEldowney?
My issue is not with the 51 or 50 plus 1%. I think the question, as Mr. Gaylor just put it, as I've been seeing through here, kind of the state, comes down to who we deem, how we calculate that percentage. And I think, given the fact that the unit would be subject to the decisions made by the organization, should that be enacted, that the vote needs to be 50 plus 1% of those in the organization, not just of those that vote. Now, that's not to say that I don't think that every single individual will be out to vote, but I do think that it is appropriate, given that the enactment of that organization would then have influence over the entire body. I don't think that's an inordinate hurdle to be crossed. I think there. And so 50 plus 1 of the unit would be my recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Bullock.
I just want to ask one question before I make my comment. Seeing that we had a collective bargaining issue, document already drawn up with our own police department, why did we go to Thornton's collective bargaining unit to make theirs a prototype for ours, when we could have just mirrored the same language that was in our own police department's collective bargaining issue?
Well, there were several factors involved with that. First of all, the charter amendment for the FOP did include quite a number of issues that weren't relevant to this issue before the council. Number one was the binding arbitration. That was out. Secondly, and I was apparently corrected by Mr. Lee this evening, I was under the impression that a number of those provisions that we used in the Thornton resolution were acceptable to the organization, and I found out this evening that that was not totally correct. And so I think that entered into what transpired as far as the drafting of this document, because I thought that by using the Thornton one, and if Mr. Lee's organization had concurred with the majority of that one, you were 90% home free. But as I found out this evening, he did not concur with a lot of the Thornton ones. So that, I think, probably entered into it too. I can't dissect which ones and which ones were not, but that's generally the explanation I have.
Okay. While we're at this point, and we are at this point of indecision, I would like Mr. Lee to come up and explain to me the variances in ours and the Thornton and what he sees as discrepancies, so maybe this could clear up this issue right now. We can get a motion and a vote and get on with this, because it seems like we're just doing the same thing we've done on a lot of meetings. One person will say one thing, one person will say nothing, all we do is spin our wheels. So would it be appropriate for Mr. Lee to come up at this time, Mr. Gaylor?
Yeah, Mr. Gaylor, I still have Councilman Moreno on the board who's been waiting to speak, so if he could speak first, if that's agreeable to council, and then we could call it Mr. Lee. Is that agreeable? Thank you, Councilman Moreno. Come on up.
And I'll just say that what concerns me is not so much the discrepancies between Thornton's resolution and our draft ordinance. It's a discrepancy that we're putting between our city employees and our FOP. We have a charter amendment that says the majority of votes cast in the FOP amendment. Why is it different for our city employees? I'll let Mr. Lee speak.
Come on up, Mr. Lee.
Good evening again, members of the council. Alan Lee, again, on behalf of Aspen Commerce City employees. There are a number of issues that I listened to the city attorney address. So before I make any comments or criticism, constructive as they may be, let me just say to the city attorney and his staff, we substantially agree, probably with 85% of the draft ordinance as presented. Having said that, it's that 15% that is causing heartburn, for lack of a better word. And it's that 15% that's really the heart and soul of the ordinance, if you will. I heard and I appreciate Councilman Bullock talk about indecisiveness amongst the council. And I would hope that the council at this point is indecisive, but I'm a little discouraged because I've heard some people state their position even before having an opportunity to hear me make some remarks. Again, we're all entitled to our opinion. None of us are entitled to the facts. To make this simple and to make it plain, if I can, imagine, if you will, because I heard the number of 100 floated out. I tend to agree that's probably about accurate. Imagine, if you will, you got a bargaining unit of 100 people. 75 of those individuals show up and vote. That's 75% turnout. And I don't care how you slice it, slant it, or spin it. That is extraordinarily high turnout. I heard Councilman Moreno say he had 25% and he had the highest. But imagine, if you will, you had 75% voter turnout. 50 people voted yes. 25 people voted no. On a 2-to-1 margin, which is considered a supermajority in our democracy, on a 2-to-1 margin, that will go down in defeat based on the way that this ordinance is written. And you cannot color that democracy in any shape. I hear people talk about how easy it is to vote. That is so disingenuous. To vote as a member of the public, I can vote by mail. I don't even have to take off from work. I can do a permanent absentee ballot. I can do early voting. I can go on the polling places. So to suggest that it's somehow more difficult to vote in public than to vote in this process just does not pass the smell test. Secondly, to suggest because everybody in the unit will be bound by the vote, then we need this extra high standard. Again, I think if we analyze that statement, we will find it wanting in the balance. I heard this evening you guys talk about significant modification of your tax code. And everybody in the city is bound by the decisions that you make from this diocese, as they should be. So let's not get it confused, and let's not, if you will, make it more complicated than it is. This is simple democracy and simple math. You would be screaming a demon if Alan Lee got up here and said, hey, if they don't vote, count that as a yes. How then can we flip that script and say if they don't vote, count that as a no? I mean, I don't know how to make it no plainer and no simpler than that. It's not a complex argument, if you will. And I'm not convinced that the Thornton resolution says that. I just don't know, to be honest. But even if it does, that is not guiding, and it's certainly not persuasive. And what I suggested to the city attorney is that we look at the National Labor Relations Board. And that is also used as a guide. Why would we use as a guide, assuming it's correct, somebody that requires 75%, as opposed to using as a guide basic democracy and a general acceptable standard in terms of labor relations? This evening I have for each of you, and I don't want to give it to you tonight, but I will if the council is wanting. I have it for each of you. Municipalities around this country that says you make a determination based on the votes cast and not based on some artificial human number. If you do it that way, it still can be done, but it's so anti-democracy, anti-democratic. It puts extraordinary hurdles there, and honestly, I think it can be reasonably viewed as an attempt to prevent the will of a clear majority of employees. 75 people vote, 50 vote yes, 25 vote no. It's defeated the way it's currently written. Never mind the fact that you have 75% voter turnout, and never mind the fact that people voted in favor of it 2-1. So I just want to start off with that, because that seems to be where the council has centered this discussion. I heard Councilman Johnson ask some legitimate questions. How many people in the bargaining unit? I would like to have a definitive answer, and I think the council is entitled to a definitive answer. I've heard some talk and discussion about how do we even decide what the bargaining unit is. The standard is generally what they call community interest. And generally that community interest is determined by some good faith discussions, negotiations with the city representative and employee organizations to determine what the community interest is. Right now, if we pass this, we don't know who's in the bargaining unit. We don't know who's out. We don't know how many people are in the bargaining unit. Recall, if you will, one of the things I suggested, and quite candidly, one of the things I understood, is that we would actually have an opportunity to meet with management, to at least have an understanding and have some dialogue and discussion, as opposed to having, if you will, a debate at the diocese. You guys get an ordinance, I get an ordinance, and then we debate it, as opposed to us having some good faith discussion about what should be included and what should be excluded. I find the city attorney to be very reasonable, very open, and I appreciate the fact that he said what he presented tonight was talking to get the discussion going, to get a draft to you so that you may have some consideration. I submit to you that the better process would have been, and I still will ask that you consider this, is that the city attorney and us meet and try to come back with a more perfect document. Clearly, the city attorney has the interest of the city. He clearly understands what general protocol is. But I think he will have a greater appreciation and understanding if he at least has the opportunity to meet with us prior to submitting a draft ordinance. Keep in mind, as we've begun this process earlier, I heard from many of the council people. They said, Alan, sounds good, but we don't even know if the employees support this. I'd like to see city employees involved. So one of the things we did was make a concerted effort to address the council concerns and make sure employees were involved. And one of the things I suggested to the city attorney is, as opposed to just meeting with me, why don't we meet with maybe a half dozen city employees so that they can be there from the takeoff and not just the land, and that your employees have buy-in from the beginning. I still would like to make that happen. I still think it is a good thing. And I remember you said, well, we don't know how to measure the support of employees. I would be with you if I knew the measurement of employees. What do? We go out and we get petitions when we turn them in. We try to address, in a very constructive way, each issue you raise. Councilman Malcolm Ellis says, hey, I'm okay with this, but I'm going to tell you what gives me heartburn, Alan. I'm going to tell you what gives me heartburn. I don't want people to feel strong-armed. I don't want people to feel intimidated. We have stood down since you said that, haven't visited one person, haven't done one literature, never mind the fact that the city management staff has put out documents that we don't necessarily find totally accurate. We have refused to return fire because we heard from the city council that just take a step back. I thought we were going to take a step back and meet with the city attorney and try to have some discussion. Recall what generated this was actually a letter, email from me to the city attorney that says, hey, Mr. City Attorney, are you available this week, I believe it was, to meet with us so we can move this process along and probably bring something to the city council in October. Very careful I might add, not to be critical. I was somewhat surprised to get the response back, albeit very professional and polite, that said, hey, we plan to move this on October 20th or September 20th or 27th. We've had some concerns, and I believe the concern was raised by Councilman Benson, and we appreciate him raising the concern. But we want to get this right and not necessarily rushed. So I would ask, with all due respect, and again, I would ask that Councilman Benson and others allow the city attorney to meet with us to bring back a document that we have an opportunity to review. Now, we spent a lot of time talking about how do we measure the vote and level of support. There are some other issues that we have. And honestly, I don't believe that the city manager or city attorney will find objectionable if he has the opportunity to confer with us. For example, generally speaking, these elections are conducted by the American Arbitration Association and staff. So we would probably say to the city attorney, we prefer that they be conducted by the American Arbitration Association, a truly neutral party who don't have a dog in the fight, as opposed to the city clerk. That's actually rather standard and protocol across the country. Don't think the city attorney would have an objection, but they at least have an opportunity to consider. We would probably say to the city attorney, we would like for you to consider arbitration. Now, I'm be honest with you, we can live with binding arbitration, or we can live with arbitration ultimately decided by the city council. I just don't think in most jurisdictions the city council want to get into whether a person didn't receive their overtime assignment, therefore should they get their overtime pay. I don't think the city council want to deal with Joe Blow didn't get his shoe allowance, and should we give Joe Blow his shoe allowance? But those are the type of issues that we want the city council to be the ultimate arbitrator. I don't necessarily find that objectionable, but I think if I had an opportunity to talk to the city manager and the city attorney, they may say, you know what, it makes sense for non-economic issues not to come before the city council, so that they're ruling on disputes involving everyday labor relation matters that are generally resolved in grievance procedures or arbitration. But we don't mind that they want to bring to the city council those issues. We think that the confidentiality and supervisory clause, we agree with it. Confidential employees and supervisory employees are not union eligible and should not be in a union. We believe that perhaps their definition is a little too broad, and we'd like an opportunity to understand it. We'd like an opportunity to say this person should be in, this person should be out. Generally, that's the way it works. We find common ground here. We disagree. And I'm not sure where the city attorney will be on here on this issue, but we disagree with the threshold of 75% of the people must then vote for what they call agency shop or fair share. So that means 75% have to vote for it, and again, that's 75% of the unit. So you got 100 people in a unit, 75% of them have to vote for it, and then only after 75% of the people vote for it, then do the city enter into negotiations with the union. We think that is so out of bounds that it's not even worth it, because that has never happened. It's almost like Amendment 61 and 60 and Prop 101. Nobody wants to pay taxes. I don't want to pay my homeowner association fee, but I have to. And that's the same line of logic here. But if you go to people and say, hey, I'm going to give you police service, your sewer's going to be done, but you don't have to pay taxes, it will always, it is an absolute formula for failure in terms of getting the necessary revenue to do the business of the city. Likewise, it is an absolute formula for failure to say that a super majority, 75%, has to vote in the affirmative first, and then and only then will the city even consider negotiation of it. I believe that the proper document for guidance is the FOP charter, which was approved by the people of Congress. But more than that, I believe an opportunity to actually meet with the city attorney and city manager staff and bring this matter back to this council sometime in October is the more desirable way. I want to get this done more than you appreciate. And I was surprised to see some workers here this evening because we didn't call any of them. I figured everybody would be watching Dances with the Stars or Monday Night Football. So I was surprised to even see some folks here today. But they're interested in this. But we would rather get it right than rush. So to conclude, I would hope that none of you make up your mind, because the hardest thing to open is a closed mind, and that all of you would give us an opportunity to meet with your good city attorney, to come back with something, or at least come back with understanding, and we can narrow the issues, and then the council can make its decision. Appreciate the opportunity to be heard, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. City Attorney Gaylor, what are your thoughts on having a meeting with Mr. Lee? Do you feel that there could be some things cleared up or accomplished by that? I'd just be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, it's always certainly appropriate for anybody in government to want to discuss things with citizens. One of the common mistakes that is made is closed doors and you don't communicate. So having said that, here's the problem I have. I'll be glad to meet with Alan, Mr. Lee. But I sit here and I hear, I'm just guessing at this point, 4 members of the city council feeling one way, 4 members of the city council feeling the other way. Puts me in a pretty difficult position to tell Mr. Allen what the position of the city should be. How do I know what your thinking is? Because I haven't heard any consensus this evening as to what I should carry forward. But to close the door on discussions, that's never a very good conclusion to make. So, Mr. Lee has requested a meeting with me and city management. I'd be foolish to say I wouldn't talk to him. So, having said that, I'm going to leave it to you. I would like to see this decided, but on the other hand, seems to be a pretty wide divergence of opinion on the city council what to do with the ordinance that you have. And bear in mind, the ordinance you have, and I re-emphasize, it's only a draft. I had no hidden agenda. It was drafted what was drafted. I just took what made some sense, maybe not total sense, made some sense, and that's what you got. So I'm not answering your question because really I can't answer your question, but I will say I'm not opposed to meeting with him, and as you would expect me to say with any citizen. So, having said that, I guess I haven't answered your question, Helen, but...
Well, I appreciate your input, and I've never known you to say no to meeting with someone, so I know that your door is always open, and that you've never ever said that you wouldn't meet with someone. So I appreciate your input on that one, and I apologize for putting you on the spot like that. Councilman Bullock. You're right behind Councilman Bullock.
It would be okay with the council. I would like to, and I don't even say table this, I say continue this to the October 11th meeting, because I was looking at our schedule ahead of time, and it has a lot of time open on it, and for the city attorney and Mr. Lee and them to get together, and just like Mr. Gaylor said, basically the ordinance that came forth is now a draft ordinance. So bring something together that ties all the strings up, and we can look at and not have this 4-4 or 5-3 or anything dispute, something that brings forth to the council clarity. And I think that would be, in my opinion, if the council is agreeable on that, something that would help us along and help Mr. Lee and Mr. Gaylor along.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Vincent?
Mr. Lee, what's your reaction to what Mr. Bolton just said?
I would certainly support that. In addition, I might add, if the council, because I appreciate city attorney saying he just did a draft, I would almost, if the council is not inclined to continue it, that we at least discuss all the other municipalities and we discuss what the standard is as opposed to creating a new standard of 75%. Because that 75% is almost arbitrary. You do 90%, you do 8%, you can do whatever you want to do. But the standard that is adopted around the nation, the guide that's given by the National Labor Relations Board, it's 50 plus 1 of casting votes. That is a big issue. But there are some small issues as well, and I tried to enumerate just a few of them. And again, I think with the opportunity to have a discussion, I do not believe that city attorney or even special counsel relative to labor relations would find a lot of the ideals objectionable because they're pretty boilerplate stuff.
But do you think this issue should be continued so that you, I'm surprised that that meeting hadn't occurred over the last 2 months. It was July the 19th, I think, that we voted to go ahead with this. But if we continue this to say October, that give, ask Mr. Gamble, that give you, Mr. Lee and his staff enough time to maybe get their input into this. That'd be good.
That should certainly give us enough time to meet and discuss what Mr. Lee's concerns are, and then we can move forward from those expressions of concern.
So in your opinion, would that be the best way to proceed? And I'll ask that Mr. Lee and Mr.
Let's put it this way, I don't see any harm. I mean, here we are in impasse this evening, so anything that will move us forward from the impasse, I think, would be productive.
Not only do I see no harm, I see absolutely upside, so I would say we request that because they give Councilman Johnson an opportunity to give an answer to his question as well.
Then I would withdraw my previous motion and move to continue the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Councilman McEldowney?
I'd be open to Mr. Benson's motion. I would ask for two things before we reconvene. One is that we receive from Mr. Lee's answers just for us to have some time to review and reflect on prior to the regroup. And second, I would ask that the results of the discussion between Mr. Hill and Mr. Lee be provided back to council with more dialogue and comments so that we understand clearly the through that discussion where the key points of disagreement or difference were and why, what the motivation was or the thinking behind those points, so that we've got a good document to frame and guide our review and keep us on the point when we come back, so that we don't risk impasse and repeat discussion. That makes sense.
Thanks a lot.
And prior to the October 11th would be preferable, so we have some time to digest that information. Would be my input to that as well. Councilwoman Carson.
Well, I just want to say that I truly do believe in these, and I'm going to call them partnerships. And I believe that they should start from the very start, if you look at it as a partnership. I think we do a great disservice to everyone when immediately, as it is already tonight, it's us against them. And the them, those are our city employees. And we truly do believe you are the best employee in the state. So there should not be anything that takes place that pits us against our own employees. I know this. I know that when big battles come before us, we all come together. So this is not really what I call a big battle. We have big battles coming before all of us this November. And I will tell you, I do know that we will all be out there fighting that big battle together, whether we are in the bargaining unit, out of the bargaining unit, whether we're council members, that these things are important. And when we come together, this is how we move things in a positive direction. I know that as employees, it's employees usually who are so committed to taking these battles on and moving the message out to the public. Whether that means foot soldiers knocking on doors, as far as, and I will speak of the educational world in the schools, when the teachers and the classified employees take out to the neighborhoods to explain to them what it means when we had a 65% solution on the ballot, what that really did mean. It will be our employees, I know, that will be these good foot soldiers out knocking on the door for this ballot measures that are coming forward. I've never seen a union not contribute dollars to these fights. We all come together. So we need to remember that when these big battles come, we look at each other then as partners. So we should always look at each other as partners, even in a difficult time. My husband and I have many arguments that we don't agree, but we do. You stick it out because there's that commitment that you have to somebody to stick it out. And so, no, I do believe that if we start this on the right foot, and it's not seeming like it's starting correctly tonight, because Mr. Daly, you are correct. It does seem that council is divided. I believe that we're sending people into this, that it can bring something forward that we as council can 100% support. And when we as council 100% support it, I think our employees then will be 100% support it. So.
I have a couple of people on the board. Councilman Moreno?
I'll say that I too support a continuance. I think it never hurts for us to sit down again and look it over. I'll say also, I still think that in Mr. Lee's packets of municipalities that support a majority provision among votes cast, Commerce City would be included in that based on our current union recommendation of the FOP. So I still simply don't see why we're diverging from that, why it's different for city employees versus the FOP. I don't get that. But I will support the two units.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Johnson?
I would support that also. One thing I wanted to make very, very clear, I'm against the union. I'm for the employees. And there's not a person sitting up here that doesn't highly appreciate every one of the employees. The union causes things like this, and this is exactly what I was against from the beginning. We love our employees. We respect them, we lift them up. But it causes things like this unintentionally and unequivocally. I had a vote when I was working in the work world, when I was a refrigeration guy, we wanted to have a union shop. There was over 150 employees. And we had a vote, a union vote, and I voted for the union. And out of 150 employees within the shop, 150 voted. 100%. And they voted it down. And I was amazed. And then I got to talking to the guys, and most of the people who didn't say anything didn't want the organization. They felt it would bring a chasm between in our company, and that's what I feel here. I have nothing against you, Mr. I love you, you're a brother. But I have against what happened. I see it at school. I was on a negotiating team for Adams County Schools before the Senate. And as the contract, we're all a big family. And when the contract comes up, people start taking sides, and I hate that. I hate that, and they distrust one another. And we ended up with something that both of us loved, but it was so difficult to get there. It was unneeded to get there. We placed all this unneeded, unwanted pain on the organization. And I don't see where the classified employees had any more say-so than if they weren't protected by the union. It didn't seem to me, and I worked as a classified long before I was a manager. It didn't seem to me like there was a big difference. So, we have a great relationship and a great community in the city. And I see it being torn apart by this movement. And it breaks my heart. When I get phone calls and emails about people who, and I appreciate you backed out, but when you do your petition, they felt beat up. That's not right. You know, and you see managers doing things, and that's not right. Why are we doing this to ourselves? That's why I keep saying no, no, no. Because what it does is it tears the family apart.
No, family is. That's family does.
I don't need your votes.
But
I don't need your votes, all right. Let me finish talking. Don't do this to us. You know, we're going to vote on some sort of resolution because we've got all these union people on the council. And there's no way we can beat it. So we're going to have to go for it. But it's torn this council apart, and it's tearing our employees apart. And shame on you.
Councilman McEldowney.
Just my quick comment, there have been a couple suggestions tonight that decisions have already been made, and I will say something that I've said in the past. My decision is never made until I sit and cast my final vote. And so any suggestion by a peer member of council or Mr. Lee to that effect, I strongly agree with his word. That said, I look forward to the discussion between Mr. Lee and Mr. Gaylor in the coming 2 weeks. I look forward to a document that we can review so we can all make a sound, fact-based decision.
Mr. Councilman Benson.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, you said we have all these union people on council. You're including me in that?
For you support? You support this?
Let me answer the question. I support, I've got the floor right now. I support giving our employees the chance to vote on this. I've never belonged to a union like you have. Not ever in my life, and I'm a lot older than you are. So I support the right of our employees to be able to make their own vote on a fair basis. That's what I support. Whether that vote comes out establishing a collective bargaining unit or not, I don't care how the vote comes out. I want them to have the ability to do this vote. We had this same argument 2 months ago. They're the best staff in the state of Colorado. They have the ability to determine their own future. That's what I'm saying.
And I really do respect everyone's passions on both sides of the floor for how everyone feels about this. It is a passionate issue. And I appreciate everyone on council's input throughout the evening. And I think that, we do need to have, I will be in support of having City Attorney Gaylor and Mr. Lee get together and have a conversation so that we may have more information than we have now. And I, for one, have made no decision one way or the other, so I would echo Councilman McEldowney's comments on the fact that my mind is still completely open. And so I think that, we need to now take a vote on City Attorney Gaylor. I do have a question. I do see an audience member wanting to speak. We do have a second. We had a motion from Councilman Benson and a second from Councilman McEldowney. Do we take citizen communication or have citizens come up at this point, or do we just make a motion for, I need some direction, please?
Right now, the issue is whether or not you're going to continue it.
Right.
So unless the further discussion deals with the motion,
okay,
should we continue it or not continue it,
right,
their discussion or public comment would not be relevant.
So I would have to ask Mr. Stern, sir, does your commentary have to do with the specific issue of whether or not to continue or not continue? Okay, thank you, sir. Then, since I have a motion in a second, all those in favor, do we want a voice vote or do we want a roll call vote? Voice vote. All those in favor of doing a continuation to October 11, 2010, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those against? Okay. It's 8-0 to continue until October the 11th. Thank you to everyone for their participation in this conversation. Okay. There is one ordinance on second reading. It is ordinance 1823, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan of Commerce City, Colorado. If there's anyone in the audience who wishes to address council on this issue, please come forward and let me know. I have it in the script. So, Councilman Gaylor, City Attorney Gaylor, I would ask you for clarification. 1823.
What was the question?
It's an ordinance on second reading, so do we take audience, if there's anyone in the audience that wants to address us on second reading? It's in the script, so I would like to have a clarification on whether or not that is correct procedure or not.
Well, generally, your practice has been not to take discussion on second reading. However, it is a public meeting, so if you take any discussion, it would be breaking some precedent of what your general rule is.
Right. Okay, so I
My suggestion is not to take further input because there was not any issues raised on first reading on this ordinance, so.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for council direction on that. Would you concur that we should stick with our current policy, or would you like to step out of our current policy and ask for audience input on this? Councilman Bullock.
I would like to stick with our current policy because we're going to open the door to every second reading that we step out of it, and I don't think we really want to do that, seeing how that's the policy we've established from the beginning, that comments on first reading.
I would agree with you, but I want to make sure everyone on council was on board with that. Councilman McEldowney?
That's a very big motion.
Okay. So is there anyone on council that objects to sticking to our current policy? Okay, thank you, council. Councilman McEldowney?
Move to approve ordinance 1823.
Councilwoman Teeter? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve it. Ordinance 1823, will the city attorney please read the title?
Title reads, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan of the city of Commerce City, Colorado, reclassifying the property described in Exhibit A attached hereto and part hereof, and located east of E470 between 96th and 112th Avenue from the original designation of TDD to DIA technology.
Thank you, sir. May I have a roll call vote, please? Okay, ordinance 1823 passes with 8 yeses and 0 noes. Okay, on to city items. I will now ask Acting City Manager Ned Mila to introduce staff to provide an update on the energy audit of the city facilities and energy services performed contract project.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Tom Mack is here to introduce our consultants and give you a little overview.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Aker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, from Acting Mayor and members of the City Council. If you'll recall, late last year, Commerce City was awarded an Energy Efficiency Community Development Block Grant. As part of that block grant from the Department of Energy through the Governor's Energy Office, we committed to doing energy audits of facilities within Commerce City, our own facilities. We looked at the Civic Center, the Municipal Service Center, Parks and Recreation, the golf course, and some of our parks and how we do business with energy and with water in those areas. We hired McKinstry Group, McKinstry Consultants to do that through a competitive bid process. They performed the energy audit. They are now coming forward to kind of give us an update on that, and then also an update on what type of facility improvement measures we are looking at as we move forward. And I'm here to introduce Leslie LaRock and Ellie Nicholas will be doing the presentation. And what they'll cover is what they've done, what we've been doing. Staff has been working closely with them. Give you an idea of what type of improvements we're looking at and what type of cost savings that we'll be looking at over a period of time. And again, those measures that we implement will be financed by the cost savings that we'll be receiving from the energy and from the maintenance from doing these improvements. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Good evening, Leslie. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Protem. Thank you, everyone. We very much appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Leslie Rock. I'm the Business Development Manager with McKinstry, and Ellie is our Project Director. So we're just kind of talk to you a little bit about the project. Won't take too much time on a lot of details, but also to answer any questions that you might have about the specifics of the project. So just as kind of a quick review, energy performance contracting is really a a financing mechanism whereby public sector entities are able to improve their facilities and achieve energy savings by funding those projects through the energy savings which we guarantee. And there is Colorado legislation on the books that allows public entities to take out a longer-term lease purchase financing up to 20 years, and then the Governor's Energy Office manages this program. So we've been pre-qualified under the Governor's Energy Office to do this type of work, and you guys actually chose this through a competitive process. The energy savings then generated from the improvements pay off the lease. So if you think of your budget as kind of a pie, and you have your money that you're paying to Xcel Energy and to your gas providers, your water company, as well as the operations budget, we're able to affect both of those things. So we reduce your utility costs, so money that you're now paying to your utilities, and money that you might be spending on maintenance associated only with material. So if you have older equipment and have to spend money on that, where we're able to save that and guarantee it, that money then gets paid to the lease over time. After the lease is paid off, you still enjoy those savings. And then the results are guaranteed. So the results on the savings are guaranteed, performance of the equipment is guaranteed, and the cost. So when we do a project up front, we give you a guaranteed maximum cost. And since it's being financed, there's no change orders or anything associated with the project. The technical energy audit has been completed, and we did evaluate all potential energy saving measures across the city. So in the audit report, there are lots of things that we evaluated that we recommended going forward on, and also things that didn't pan out for one reason or another. We also looked at all of your desired capital upgrade projects, so things that were kind of in the plans for the next few years that were primarily unfunded, but looking to come up as necessary items to provide funding for. We looked at those as well. And then the best projects were chosen by staff to include in the potential project. When we first started working with the city, we sat down to really talk about the goals associated with the energy performance contract, because it can really be used to do a lot of things. The main goal, of course, was to reduce utility consumption and costs. And so this project that we proposed actually achieves a 26% consumption reduction on electricity and an annual reduction of 31% on your gas consumption. So the first year cost savings are $163,418. That's what we would guarantee. This also upgrades older infrastructure. So there was a question about if we have things that are at the end of their useful life and we can put in more efficient equipment. Let's take a look at those things. This project actually offsets $650,000 of future capital costs. Mostly it's end-of-life heating and ventilation equipment, so the things that cool and heat your systems, mostly at MSC, at the rec center, and at the golf course. Also addresses operational and comfort issues, primarily here at the Civic Center, but also at the rec center. So there are complete recommissioning of this building and the rec center to address those issues, include the lighting and the temperature control. There was a concern that we wanted to leverage the ARP funding, so taking your $105,000 of grant funding that was left and being able to leverage that into a larger project, so that is actually helping to buy down the payback on the project. And also to include renewable technologies if it makes sense. So we did look at some opportunities to include solar PV, and we'll be looking at one of the projects in here is to put a 100 kW system, solar PV array on this building. So the energy conservation measures that are included, and I think there is a list in your packet, but just to kind of go through them, one of the main things is lighting retrofits. So at all the buildings we did a comprehensive lighting audit, and we'll be installing more efficient interior and exterior lighting. Also recommissioning the lighting control system here, and there would be a pool lighting redesign, so completely redesigning that to make it more efficient and more aesthetically pleasing. Water conservation measures. So we also did a very thorough water audit and looked at both your irrigation systems as well as your fixtures, and when we put in lower flow fixtures, we propose to do that. We're also going to do some metering your pool makeup water and your irrigation system so that you're not paying sewer charges. Another opportunity is to install vending machine energy miners. Those are basically occupancy sensors that are attached to an older vending machine. So a lot of vending machines now are Energy Star rated, but for ones that are not, we can install an occupancy sensor that basically turns off the light when no one's around and also cycles the compressor so that it keeps the material cold if you're not, it saves about 50% of the energy use of the machine. Block heater controllers is something else that we're proposing, so we would be installing those for 14 of your existing circuits, basically cycling the block heaters so that they go on and off when they're necessary, they're not just running all night long. And then we're doing a fairly comprehensive project to look at upgrading some of your HVAC control systems and scheduling, making sure that we're scheduling all of the equipment for the right occupancy so that it's not running when nobody's around. Also here at the Civic Center, we were aware of certain issues and we're addressing all of those in this project. So lobby heating, boiler flue venting, zone dampers, there's a lot of things that are kind of included in this to improve the space comfort and also address energy conservation. Another measure is to install the stratification fans. This is out at NFC and interlock the doors to the heating system so that when the doors are open, the heating system actually shuts off, which forces some human behavior to make sure that the doors are closed when they're working. And so all of that helps with energy conservation. Stratification fans just basically blow the hot air that collects in the ceiling out to the area where people are. IT energy conservation, we would be looking to install software to manage your computer energy use. And we've been working with your city's IT department to look at that solution. Electric rate changes, there are a couple of places where we can actually put you on a different rate schedule. This is one that doesn't really cost anything, but has some great savings, where we can switch you to a different rate schedule and you can reduce your utility charges on that. And then we're also looking at installing automatic pool covers at the recreation center. These are doors that basically have a push button control and come out, so there's no requirement for additional staff time to use those. I mentioned the solar PV system. We get a 100 kW solar PV system on the roof of the Civic Center. And that has been put into the Excel Solar Rewards program, so there's some very compelling rebates that are associated with that program that helps to make it affordable. You'll also be selling your renewable energy credits back to yourself for the next 20 years, so you get an ongoing influx of savings from Excel back into your bill. And then we mentioned the capital upgrades. So again, there's about $650,000 of capital equipment that would be provided under this program and paid for by the energy savings of all these other measures. So the project financial summary, looking at a total project cost of a little over $2.5 million. There are Excel rebates of $283,000 that will be coming back directly. We actually will take those directly in as McKinstry, so we take the risk of the rebates in case they don't appear, so we just discount the project cost by the amount of the rebate. You have your UCBG grant of $105,000, so the net cost to the city are $2,140,000. Annual guaranteed cost savings, and so this is really the first year guaranteed cost savings of $163,000. The guaranteed savings over the 12-year term, right now we're kind of looking at a 12-year term for the project, is over $2 million. Greenhouse gas reductions of 1,227 metric tons. That's equivalent to being able to power about 110 homes, or to remove 235 cars from local highways. And this project, we report this back to the EUCG, so having the ARA funding, one of the things that we have to predict is how many jobs will be created or retained, and that number is 27. So the simple payback on the project is 13 years. We're looking at a financing term of 12 to 13 years. And again, this comes $650,000 of necessary capital projects. So the next steps, I believe we're looking at putting together a resolution. We're going to put together a resolution to be presented to council next week. We are working on the financing and the contracts now. So the idea is that the financing and the contracts will be concluded by the end of October. Project construction would then start as soon as December. We need about a month for the pre-construction and ordering of equipment. Start December and run through the springtime. And we begin to see savings in May 2011 once we have all the systems commissioned. A lot of those savings would start earlier during construction as we install lighting and some of the easier things to install. That's the end of my presentation. questions?
Do I have any questions from council? I don't see anyone on the board. Seeing none, I thank you for being here tonight and providing this valuable information. I'm sorry, Councilman McIntyre, you weren't there.
Sorry. Thank you very much for coming tonight. And, it may just didn't meet you. I've been looking forward to this update for, I think, close to 2 years since I was fortunate enough to participate in the NREL Energy Executive Program and learn of energy performance contracting and the fact that this is available to municipalities. And seeing some of the success stories like Lafayette or Golden or others that have headed down this path and found not just the sort of sexy factor of putting solar panels on your roof, but the fact that you can affect, as you highlighted here, real capital improvements that may sit low on your ability list of being able to execute because you don't have the dollars, especially in our current financial environment when we're looking at $2.5 million in total capital improvement projects for our coming year. This represents a significant portion of that we don't have to take out of our capital improvement fund or out of the budget to realize. And so I think it's really important for folks to understand that aren't familiar with this mechanism that these dollars don't come out of the budget. These are dollars that are in the budget today. And it is a mechanism that enables us to make these improvements in real time and share those back with the same dollars that we budgeted for these ends over time. And I think it's a fantastic mechanism for us. In fact, we're starting to see similar tools now creep into the consumer space, and I'm seeing there's a firm out there called Solar City that's doing a very similar mechanism for residences who want to put solar on their roof. The measures that are here are common sense in many respects, and others we leverage obviously Brook Team's expertise to come in and help us understand how to fine-tune what we have. And so this is neat stuff, and I'm glad to see you guys here, and I'm glad for the partnership. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Rhino.
I'll just echo Councilman McIntyre. I think it's really innovative, really exciting to think that even we could even be selling back energy to Excel is really cool, and the fact that we'll be able to that this essentially will pay for itself even more so in the long run. So not only paying for itself, but the benefits are just tremendous. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, and Councilman Bailey.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I think it's a 13-year payback, is that right?
Correct.
That's not unusual, I guess, for this type of payback. I think also with that the NREL Executive Energy Program, year after this now, that is 13 years is not bad. How much of the improvements are applied to this building?
We just actually calculated this. So you have the solar PV system, which has a cost of around $500,000. But the actual cost is much less than that. You get over $200,000 back in rebate. So that's one of the projects. The other one is kind of embedded in, I believe it's 6.1 on your list, which has a lot of controls upgrades, some stuff that we're doing in the lobby related to heating and venting, and I believe the total is around $250,000 for those upgrades that are internal to the building.
So maybe after all rebates, about half of their, this building's only 3.5 years old and it was solar user rated at the time. I'm just wondering, has technology changed that much in the past 3.5 years where we're now able to improve on solar? Will we have a gold rating after this is done?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I don't know that we've been asked to take a look at whether you can actually go to a gold rating. Mostly what we're doing, we're not really changing a lot of your systems. We're doing a lot of recommissioning on the building. And believe it or not, buildings get built, and after even a little bit of time, they tend to kind of drift out of their original method of operation. And so there are ways for us to come in and kind of give a building a tune-up. And I think in the case of this building, there are some things that we could do on the commissioning end that perhaps weren't completely done when the building was built, just to make it more comfortable. And a lot of the issues have also been identified as you've been in the building. So sometimes it just takes living in a building and understanding how it works to really identify that there might be some logical issues with comfort or everything.
Thank you.
Councilman McIntyre.
Just
just to piggyback Mr. Benson's comments, I think the idea of being able to elevate our lead certification is certainly intriguing and has a great PR value, but I think there's also a cost associated with that consideration. I know you have to go through an intensive certification process to effectively recertify and raise that value. So the question to us would be, is it worth enough to pay for that certification, or is it really important that we have the optimized building? It's probably the latter, especially in the current state. But it's a great question. It is I think an important question for us to have an answer to for the community, because it is a new building, relatively speaking, and it is a LEED certified building. So the fact that we can get a better bang out of this facility through this effort is obviously.
Thank you, Councilman Bullock.
Over the long term, after you retrofit and upgrade the building, how often do you come back in and make sure that what you have done is still performing at the optimum rate? Is it over that whole period of time, or do you just do one or two audits after that, or any at all?
Excellent question. So yes, we do have a guarantee, and under the state's program, we provide, with that guarantee, we have to do a measurement and verification program. So the measurement and verification program is something we put together in our technical energy audit. There's a plan for each one of the measures on how we're going to measure and verify its performance after it's been installed. We are to come back every year to make sure that the systems are working as they were intended and as we guarantee that you are achieving the savings. If for some reason in any particular year you do not achieve the savings, then we basically have to cut you a check to make up the difference so you can make the lease payments. The legislation requires that we carry the cost of the M&V plan, which is minimal, about $10,000 a year. It comes from your energy savings. So out of your energy savings, you pay for the measurement and verification program. You have to carry that in the lease term for the entire term of the lease. So that if you wanted to keep us on the hook for the full 12 years of the financing term, we would be required to come back every year and make sure the savings exist. The legislation also allows you, after the third year, to cancel it. So after the third year, after you come back first and the second and the third year, prove that the savings were there or even in excess of what we guarantee, because that happens often. You could say, okay, great, in history we think you've done your job and the systems are all working and we'd like to cancel that and use that money to do something else.
Now, this is a follow-up question. After you've installed this and the program is running, is there anyone with the city that you train to make sure that everything is running optimally?
Absolutely. Part of the program, part of what you pay for in your actual construction contract, so upfront within the construction cost, is training. And we have training identified for each measure on exactly how we would work with the city to train them. We also videotape the training so that if somebody leaves for some reason, that there is actual training that can be enhanced. We're also global, we're here, so we'd always come back and provide additional training if necessary. Mostly we'll be working primarily with your maintenance staff. We're doing a lot of work on your direct digital control systems, so the systems that manage the energy use. They're going to get upgraded, and there will be some programming changes and other things going on, so it does require training and people to understand how to run the system, and you have some people there who know the systems really well, so we'll just be training them on the additional upgrades.
Councilman Benson.
Yes, Mr. McElveen, I guess you bring up the point that to get the gold certification probably costs thousands of dollars, and as long as we get the benefit of these upgrades, it's probably not worth it just to get that recognition or that certification.
Okay, seeing no one else, I want to thank you for being here tonight. I know it's been a long evening for you, so thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and I will now ask Acting City Manager Lynette Nealon to introduce staff to provide an update to City Council on the history, progress, and next steps for the redevelopment project in the Derby Business District.
I'm going to ask Charlie Baker to come up.
Who keeps that coming?
There's a communication. Ms. wants to say something first. Thanks, Ms.
Yes, by all means, step on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. I want to introduce Charlene Pinker and Sean Lee Hockey. Based on council's direction from Monday, July 26th, there was a discussion brought up by a resident regarding the progress on the redevelopment efforts in Derby. They gave us direction to prepare a presentation. So they put together a really nice presentation that covers, gives you an update on the background, all the work that went into the work that's currently going on, the current project and how far it is along, and the exciting future that we're expecting based on the work that's being done there. So with that said, my name is Sean. Come on.
Thank you, Ms. Hi, Charlene. No problem. Carry on.
So I'm here to talk a little bit about background. I'm not going to spend a tremendous amount of time on it, but show you some interesting photos and our project details, the technical details Sean will touch on as we go forward. I just want to take the opportunity to say a few thank yous. Number one, I'd like to thank the Derby community. I was hoping to see more of them tonight. We're a little late this evening, so maybe they were here a little early, but they've had a tremendous amount of patience for the work that we've been doing this summer, and it hasn't been easy in Derby. We're starting to see the other side of it, the tipping point. We can actually touch things now in Derby, and they look great. So I want to go on record as saying thank you to them. Also, thank you to the Derby Business Association and Community Enterprise for their ongoing support over the last 2.5 years of getting communication efforts out with all the work that we're doing there. And finally, I want to thank the city and council and staff members for their investment in Derby. It has truly been a catalyst for spurring all the private investment that we're now seeing in Derby. 2.5 years ago, I walked into this position and was very passionate about what I saw the potential for the area to be. Admittedly, I was a little naive about a couple of these projects taking so long, but collectively, I think we've come a long way in a short period of time, so it's good to see progress. A large portion of my role has involved playing a delicate balance between implementing plans, listening to the community, and reevaluating our collective efforts from time to time. One of the issues that is a perfect example of what we're seeing now is the issue of back-and-angled parking in Derby. As you may recall, we proposed this with the original design for the capital improvement project that Sean will be speaking about. And we are, over the course of the summer, the community has come together to really raise their level of concern over whether or not this makes sense in the community. I've heard those concerns. I've delivered that message back to the city. We are, we love this project, and we love all facets of it, and we like to see every detail come together. But I really think that paying attention to what our community says is really valuable, and being transparent in this process is important as well. And although the merits of the concept have been proven in other communities, staff is recommending that the traditional parking remain in the district while we explore other areas of the city for implementing this idea at a later time. I'm going to turn it over really quickly while we're kind of around the intersection improvement project and let Sean speak on some of the technical detail.
Thank you for your time. I just want to go ahead and talk about both projects that are going on at this time. We have the intersection project and the parking lot facade project. In May, I'm going to go ahead and give some background on the project, just a little bit of a timeline on what type of work we have going on here. So in May, it is a 6-month project for the intersection. In May, we focused on demolition, removal of asphalt, concrete, landscaping. In June, the main focus was on utilities, as well as July and June. It's actually a 2-month process to do these utilities. Derby was built in the 50s, so there's a lot of underground unknowns. Anytime you're redoing utilities in a district that's over 50 years old, you're going to run into some surprises. So in those first couple of months, it might have seemed like progress wasn't going quite as quickly as we hoped. In fact, sometimes it looked like nothing was going on. Half the time when you're doing utility work, you open up the ground, you work on your utility, you fill it up, fill up that hole every day. So each night, it looks like I'm not saying things been done, but if you're there throughout the day, you can see the progress. So in the first month, in June, we focused on doing the water line relocation and sanitary sewer reconstruction of their manhole. In July, we focused on storm sewer, gas, and electric. The overhead lines were removed last December, and they came in and wrapped up phase 2 of those undergrounding in July. In August, the focus was on concrete, on building those concrete walls, sidewalks, curbing better. We also took care of all the masonry work on those concrete walls during August. Here in September, our main focus is on the porous pavers. Here they are building the underground drain system. And we also had to put about 2 feet worth of aggregate as their bedding material to go underneath those pavers. So they had to excavate 2 feet of dirt in order to get this aggregate in there. Here is the start of the pavers. This is on the southern tip of the project. And they have their aggregate in place, and they're starting to lay the pavers. And this is kind of the big overview of what the final product is going to look like with those pavers. And like I said, we were focusing on the south portion to begin that, so that previous photo just got us up to here. Green areas are landscaping. All those other areas are the pavers. Coming up next month, we're going to be wrapping up the project by finishing the irrigation and installing landscaping. And here's a rendering of what the project could look like. There's some minor changes in there. The backing parking's been removed. Excel's given some thoughts with putting banners on the light poles. The trees, we used the honey locusts. I think these are showing trees. But for the most part, this is a good representation of what the intersection is going to look like. But we will have the project completed and the roadway open by the end of October. And I'm also proud to say that we are on schedule and under budget for this project. Next, I'll go ahead and talk about the grant-funded project. That's the facade, the parking lot, redoing some of the Derby Resource Center building. Currently, this is a picture of what's standing today. They already did the electrical portion of their contract. They painted the back of the building already. Tomorrow we're going to be replacing those signs. So these 3 signs, actually those 5 signs are going to be removed and replaced. That occurs tomorrow. After that, they're going to replace these posts and caissons, followed by redoing the awning, getting rid of the green flag and going with a white metal flag. So the structure itself of that awning is going to remain, but it's going to be completely redone with white metal. All those new wooden posts that are going to be replaced are also going to be wrapped in metal. Next, after the awning is complete, they're going to get rid of the sidewalk in here and do some improvements to the parking lot and sidewalk area. They've actually already started a portion of that. This is the long Monaco just on the other side of this parking lot. So the Derby Resource Center is just to the right in this picture. They have already begun doing some parking lot work, and the final steps would be the landscaping, which is going to fill up these kind of dirt areas with some natural beauty. And this project is also going to be wrapped up and completed by the end of October. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Shirley.
Great update. I'm glad he's here because I don't know all the technical details.
details. Stacy, on a daily basis. So we are, I mentioned the back end angle parking. We're completing the intersection improvements and facade renovation, and coupled with this October, Anythink Library is also wrapping up their project, their expansion and renovation of their entire site. I had the good fortune a couple of weeks ago to do a hard hat tour of the space. It's going to knock your socks off. So as promised, we're going to have a big celebration at the end of October to celebrate all of these successes in Derby. We've also seen a tremendous amount of private investment continuing to go on in Derby. The Catalyst funds that you have graciously put forward for 3 years now have been met with approximately $2 million in private investment. We've allocated about $200,000 of those funds. Private investment is taking form in other ways. Just last week, we had a volunteer paint project where we painted non-bending Derby liquors on Saturday morning with about 7 gentlemen from Time to Change came out and helped us, so there was 10 of us total. We had a great morning, and the building looks fantastic now. It's amazing what a little coat of paint can do. Additionally, KeyBank has just updated their building, a mini makeover on the outside and the full renovation of the interior. It was much needed. It was a little dated in there. They'll be having their own ribbon cutting within the next month or so as well. And then 2 Derby businesses have recently relocated within Derby to more prominent sites. So they're taking advantage of this intersection improvement and moving a little closer to that location. Tomorrow evening, the Derby Review Board will hear 4 new applications for improvements to different sites, so we're excited about that, and we have about 3 more in the pipeline for October and November. One other exciting thing that I want to mention, and I hope that you all will be able to attend all or a portion of this event, the Wharton Family Foundation helps small communities describe, apply, and uphold their heart and soul. And they help these communities adapt and change with a lot of different economic development, community development factors in place. They contacted me about a month and a half ago. They're holding their annual conference in Denver, and they want to do a tour of Derby to go through our lessons learned. So I'll be spending the afternoon with them, providing a panel of experts that have been focused on Derby for the last several years to meet with these attendees. We'll be providing them with a tour of Derby and meeting some of our local businesses to hear from them for on-the-ground information. So it's really exciting to have them coming to Derby and to Commerce City. And long-term, this is potential exposure for us to gain some grant dollars for the area as well. So keep you posted on that. And then I just want to point out, we have had some tremendous partners in what we've done in the last several years. 2.5 years is just my short term here, but Suncor, Community Enterprise, One Community, the Derby Business Association, the Derby Review Board, on and on and on. We could not do this by ourselves. And I think everybody recognizes that, but I certainly don't want to hold out the opportunity to mention that as often as we can. The city should be thanking themselves for doing all the work up front to make this happen as well. I think the next few months we're going to see increased interest by developers and other private entities in what we're doing in Derby, and we have a lot to be proud of. That's all for me. Thank you.
Councilman Bullock.
You mentioned that Wharton is coming when?
October 5th, to be exact, the afternoon, and I'll provide an update if you'd like.
Yes, if you could, to Massachusetts.
Correct.
Okay. And what time?
Roughly 2 to 5.
Thank you, Councilman McEldowney. I'm sorry, Councilman Bullock, were you finished?
Yes, I am now.
Okay, Councilman McEldowney.
It's often neat to see a project like this come this far. I remember as a new member of council a few years ago looking at these plans on paper, being part of the commitment to community infusion into this part of town, and finding the belief that we could, through that seed on the seed, change the shape. It has been a long journey to talk about, and long-held dreams to see that area revitalized. Obviously, it's been a bumpy summer, but wow, to see this we saw on paper to become a reality. I think you listed along with the folks who are that out, and I just think we really need to reinforce how we should do all of the collective community stuff that make this a reality. Just need to see it coming to this point. To hear that we've got real investment now starting to be through, I think it's further reinforcement of what we hoped to have happen, right? We were all happy with the area, looked better, felt better. We were, personally proud of that, but to see the sort of second stage of that now where the investment is in shape. That is really a reinforcement of the vision of the agreement, so it's a great stuff.
Thank you, Councilman Moreno.
Every time I go into Derby, I'm always amazed at what can and will be what this area will become. It's really exciting, and we're very lucky to have Charlene as part of that process. She's really great in that area. One of the concerns that I hear a lot in that area of the Derby's in the district is from business owners who were negatively affected by the construction while it was going on. And that I always try to provide words of encouragement. So if you just hold on a little longer, it's going to be finished, and things are going to pick up, and it's going to be great. One of the ideas I did float to City Manager Flannery is that when we announce next month this large festival we're having, if we could maybe provide some of those businesses some free ad space in our monthly newsletter or monthly publication that goes out. I think it'd be a nice offering to get things jump-started again. So if council's amenable to that, I think it'd be a good decision.
I think that sounds like a great idea. I too have taken many calls from the businesses that have been affected, and we're just kind of encouraging them, as Councilman Moreno said, that just be patient and wait. And so that would be a great way to thank them for their patience. And I really want to thank you, Charlene, because and all of you that have been involved in the project, all the boards that have been involved, and the people that have served those. It's just been so exciting to see this project take shape, and something that I've dreamed about for many, many years, having had Derby in my ward forever. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone, and especially to you, because you've worked so hard, and it's just so exciting to actually see it taking shape. So it's one thing to see it on paper, but it's a whole different thing to actually see it coming to fruition. So thank you, and I just think we just need to continue to dream big and reach out for what can be the next phase and get more businesses involved. So very exciting. Councilman Bullock.
Yes, Sean, this question is for you. If you could go back to the one slide where it showed the sidewalk and the signs that they're going to take down, and you said that those posts are going to be wrapped with 4x4s. What are you using for the wrap for those posts? That one?
Yeah. That's a real thin gauge metal that can be, it's malleable, that can just be wrapped around it's going to be a white metal that's going to match the roof. Both the roof above and underneath are going to be covered in this white metal cladding. And so it'll be the same material, just a little thinner, so it can work around the post.
Okay, so when you change the facade, they're taking the green roof off, and you're going to leave the structure, the roof structure, so you're not going to jack it out and put it over it. It's going to be actually a wrap that you actually wrap around it.
Correct, for the posts, yes. For the roof itself, it is going to just be a cover that will be.
Okay.
That won't, the cover, the roof won't be wrapped, just those posts.
Now, you also said on the sidewalk that you're going to take it out, and maybe I got to get myself. What are you going to do with the sidewalk when you take that out? Because I didn't quite hear that.
It's just going to be more concrete. It's actually going to be a little less asphalt, more concrete. We do have concrete there now, but there's going to be colored concrete, two different colors, one with the brush finish and one with the cookie cutter stamp pattern. So I believe it alternates, and similar similarly to the angles that we have on the other side of the parking lot, it'll have that. Those angles separating the asphalt to the stamped and brushed concrete.
So the concrete will be a little bit lower than that actual parking lot, like on the side right there?
Yes, it will be a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, for your presentation. We appreciate your time. Sorry you had to wait so long to get on board. I'm not on board, but here at this point in the meeting, probably a little longer than you had anticipated, but thank you very much for being here, both of you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative business, is there anyone on council who has any administrative business? Councilman Bullock.
Yes, as with Councilman Moreno's board meeting he had on in July, there were a lot of seniors that wanted to have a senior summit with council, that they actually sit down and talk with council about things that they feel that they want to talk to us about just as the seniors and just as council. And so the date, which was funny, that's why I smiled, and Charlene, is October 5th from 5 to 7 in Muggsy. And so we will be in the Derby Center for a long time that day, because that's where they would like to meet. And if that date is acceptable to council, because it's one of the things that council, if everybody can make that as a date, 5 o'clock. They want to do it early so they can get back home before it really gets dark, because they've done a lot of them going out to driving after dark. Is that okay with everyone on council? Does that meet with everyone's schedule? Okay.
We'll do our best to make that work.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
5 to 7?
5 to 7, he said. At Muggsy's. That'd be great. Thank you. Did you have anything else, Councilman Bullock?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Benson.
Yes, just a couple of items. Last week, I was in San Diego at the IBTK convention. That's toll roads, toll bridges, toll zones. It seems like the building of highways that's going on, not only in the United States, but around the world, they're toll roads or they're hot lanes on existing roads. And I was talking to some people about our situation with Highway 270. And of course, I don't think we can't turn that into a toll road. I would want to, but it's a prime situation for a hot lane, where if a third lane was built with the revenue from the toll road, from the hot lane, you would have people that would have 2-3 lanes in one hot lane if they chose to pay for it. I just don't know how. I'd like to hear some discussion from other people on the council about, do you think this is a worthwhile endeavor? Because I know we can get a lot of help in this state from E470 and planning and doing some things that might result in a hot lane on 270. Anybody have anything to add on that?
Councilman McEldowney.
I think there's no question that 270 needs help. It is the children of our city. I think it would be great to have a study either come back in some not too distant future meeting to chew through this and get some perspective on what the realities are of us driving this. If there's a ability to stand a seat on it or otherwise to see what's possible.
I think that if the staff needs just to get started, there's certain EPA requirements that EIS needs to be done, but I know that the people at E470 would give us some guidance and some help, and just let me know, and I'll make sure that happens with E470. But I'd like to have this move forward. At least you don't get started, you never finish. And it could be 15 or 20 years before we have that third lane to 270 unless we go this route. Of course, there's still 2-3 lanes. But if you want to pay for it, then you can drive in the inside lane or wherever they choose to put the hot lane. And you're going to move a lot faster. That also takes traffic off of the free lanes, so they open up a little bit too. It's just that it pays for itself. People who want to use it pay for it. If they don't want to use it, then they don't pay for it. But these things, I think they're working down I-25 where they go from the Boulder Turnpike down to about 20th Avenue, 20th Street. And those are the only hot lanes that I know of in this state. Does anyone know of any other hot lanes? In other words, a hot lane is where, well, if you're familiar with what goes on downtown between Cleveland and the Boulder Turnpike, that's a hot lane. There's congestion pricing, at the high spots during the day. It might cost you $3 to make that little run, but at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it might cost you 50 cents. You vary the charge based on the time of the day, and you're going to charge more when it's really congested. But anyway, can we get something like, if we just direct the staff to start some preliminary study on that, just to see if that's going to be feasible?
Acting City Manager Nealon.
I want to give some feedback on that. There are 4 alternatives as part of the I-70 realignment. It is on I-70, I-70 with tolling, an alignment that goes along 270 and then connects back to I-70 at Washington Street. It's with and without tolling. So the clarification that I'm asking is, I think you're talking about hot lanes as moving maybe independently of that study or in conjunction with that study.
Well, it all has to be in conjunction with that study, because that study is pretty far along, but I'm talking about if that happens and we have to live with I-70 coming up to Vasquez Boulevard, then this hot lane I'm suggesting we from Vasquez back to where 270 intersects, I guess, I-25 and I-76.
Okay. I'd like to make a recommendation. We're meeting the second Thursday as part of the I-70 PAC. And this coming up in October, a substantial part of that meeting will be our bus tour for the PAC members, so they get a familiarity on the ground of what's being proposed. I'd like to make a recommendation that we look at it either late October or right after our meeting, the second Thursday in November, that we come to council as part of a study session.
I think that would be great.
Okay. I can see Guillermo Serna with his hand up in the back, Mr. Taylor. So would we entertain?
Do you have some input into that?
Just information for you.
Well, go ahead. Is that okay?
Mr. Bullock was waiting.
Are you there now? Are you there now, Charlotte?
Right, it's not part of citizen communications, that's why I was looking for some direction from you.
Well,
Mr. Taylor?
it is a comment, but let's not get into an extended discussion because it is out of order. This is administrative council business.
I am a member of the task force for the 70. And I think that what it's bringing is some interesting ideas. But we're still in the process of what's going to happen with 2 alternatives, and that's 70, if it stays where it's at, we're bringing in 270. Okay. Now, the most important part of this, give me a second.
Yes, sir. Mr. Taylor?
This is not what you normally do, so let's hear what Guillermo.
I'm just saying that we're going to need all your assistance within this coming 9 months or so in making a very hard decision. And I think that you have better start paying attention as to what's happening with Highway 70 and 270. And your assistance in this and your participation in looking at the task force that you had pointed there to go there and listen and make ideas and present ideas pertaining to Commerce City is very important. So we would like to welcome that input.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we,
And I'm sorry.
are we relying on our staff to let us know when our participation is?
I did want to say that, and as part of the I-70 PAC, our plan would be to bring all your PAC members to the council meeting to give you an update as part of the study session.
And I don't think there's a single one of us on this council that isn't paying 100% attention to what's happening with that situation there. We talk about it all the time. We follow it very closely on what's going on. So I believe that there's not a single one of us that isn't paying close attention to what's happening in that situation. So, did you have any more?
I just had one more comment. And I know that Mr. Semple was here tonight, and he probably waited about an hour before his input was needed. We're paying him for that hour, right? I would just like to ask that we've got an attorney here representing the city, that we get that business out of the way up front, so that we don't have, Mr. Semple's input is very important on these issues, but we don't need to be paying him to sit in the chair for an hour waiting on the proper issues to come up. And I would say that the same thing would apply to other matters where we know that one of the parties involved has an attorney that's going to represent them. So we don't want a big bill for anybody. But I'm sure, what does he charge us? About $300 an hour? $250? Well, that's very reasonable for somebody with this experience, but still, we don't need to be paying him or anybody else to sit in the chair. So I would just like to, if we could, stipulate that in matters where there's an attorney waiting, that we get that back. If we have to move the agenda around or whatever, we get the attorneys out here and then take care of the issues where we don't need to have the input of somebody's attorney.
Okay, was that all that you had?
That's it. Well, I'd like to have some input on that, maybe get a consensus of the council.
Just for clarification for the council's benefit, we gave Mr. Semple an estimate from the start, and he did come early, so my expectation is he will not be billing for the early appearance, and he will only start billing, because we'll watch that at the time we told him to come.
I've always known Mr. Smith to be very fair about things like that.
I'm not criticizing Mr. Semple.
Yeah, I understand.
But I mean, for our point of view too, that we, with the points well made and well taken, but we do try and watch that so that we know that when something is going to be later in the agenda, we tell them to come at a certain time. Now, if we're off in that estimate, which sometimes we very well might be, and of course we'd be eating that extra cost, but I'm sure that if someone is supposed to be here at a certain time and they come early, we shouldn't be billed for that extra cost.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We move those items up so that there is no gap in the time. So we know closer to what time that attorney's time is going to be needed. And the sooner we put it to the beginning of our meeting, the closer we can predict when it's going to be necessary. That's what I'm doing. If it's scheduled for 9 o'clock, sometimes that's going to be 10 before we're going to get around to it. There's no way. It just happens that way. It's just the way these meetings are. But I'm just making a suggestion. It might save us $10,000 a year.
Okay, Councilman Bullock?
Yes, what I was going to mention on, with Mr. Benson's suggestion on the hot lanes, I was on the ad hoc committee about 3.5 years ago with the Federal Highway Administration and CDOT about that same thing, about if they add anything to lanes, then they can do tolling or hot lanes and everything like that. And that's what they're currently suggesting on I-70 up in the mountains. But if, no matter where the line goes for I-70, they're going to be hot lanes and tolling, because that is part of the plan CDOT has in mind already to help finance it and pay for it. And so, whether it comes through off of 270 or if it stays on its current alignment, which right now those are the only two choices that there are, there's expect to have the hot lanes and tolling on them. So, but yeah, Mr. Cerner was right. We need to really establish ourselves as an active participant in this, and we have some really great people on this board that are there all
you. Councilman McEldowney.
Two quick things. We are slated next Monday to conduct the review from Mr. Gaylor. That is an item that has been rescheduled due to scheduling conflicts. I have laid separated that I will be out of town on business next week and the week after, and I don't want to prolong that, so I'd like to ask that somebody on the review committee handle facilitation of that session next Monday night, so we can raise their hand either tonight or offline, just that we have ownership of that set, and I think that we have all the necessary materials for that. I will be heading out next Sunday for a full week, and we'll be out of country and very difficult to reach. On the same topic, we are in need of making sure we conduct the first half year review, and I would like to suggest that we publish the review template again for Mr. Flannery and Mr. Gaylor the first half of the year to get that process underway, so you have some time to reflect on the first half of your progress. We are already in October, and so it would be great to get those underway before too much more time elapses.
All those in interest in it?
I'm raising it tonight to see if everyone's able to having those resent.
Okay. Sure.
Or sent, I should say.
That's great.
For that period.
Okay. Councilman Moreno?
Based on Councilman McEldowney's comments, I would be willing to serve as a facilitator. Should the council not be opposed to, obviously I'm not part of the actual review process since it's conducted for the second half of the night, but I'd be willing to serve as a facilitator to help Councilman McEldowney figure it out. So, putting it out there.
And just to let you know, I will be preparing to leave for San Jose, so there's a good possibility that I will not be here on Monday night as well. So if my absence is not a problem with anyone, and Councilman McEldowney not being there, how does council feel? Is there enough people here that they feel they can finish that discussion?
I would say that for anyone, including myself, who won't be here on Monday, just please schedule some time to go over in person with Mr. Gaylor to provide your feedback directly. We need to get this behind us and the next round of feedback underway.
Does anyone have any objections to Councilman Moreno facilitating that discussion?
The only people who would have objection would be you, Kathy, Tony, or the mayor, or Mr. McEldowney, because those are the only ones that are actually doing this. So if you guys don't have no objection to it, we as ordinance of business and business, I'm sorry. So.
Okay. Everybody fine with that? Okay. Thank you, Councilman Moreno, for volunteering your time to do that. Councilman Bullock?
I was going to do the same thing Councilman Moreno did.
Okay, he was just on the board first. Councilman Moreno, you're on again.
Just one item. When we did our appointment to boards and commissions, it was before I was working in a new position. I can no longer make the Sand Creek Board of Directors meetings. Mr. Bullock also serves on that, so I would just ask for council if it's okay to flip the roles and Mr. Bullock serve as the regular and myself as the alternate.
Does anyone on council have any objections to flipping the both positions? Okay, looks like everything is fine. We'll go ahead and make those changes. Thank you, Councilman Bullock, for taking that, and Councilman Moreno for bringing that forward to us.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no one else on the board, so now we'll go to reports. City Attorney Gaylor.
I just want to thank the council for your patience, shall we say, during the tax code amendments, because that was an important project for the city, and it was not easy to explain all those amendments to you, and you took in the explanations, and I appreciate your cooperation in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate everything that you do for us as always. Acting City Manager Gaylor.
I have 5 items tonight, so indulge me a little bit. The first one is the highlight on your dais is your council communications. That is the way staff takes your action items and comes back to you and lets you know what's the process and where we are on it. It is our attempt, as it takes about a week and a half to respond to anything that comes up at council meetings. However, we're unique on this one. We are responding to your questions from last week. So you had 3 questions, one on the history of 120th, and staff is in the process of scheduling a study session. The second is the installation of the neighborhood identification signs, and staff is in the process of setting up a meeting. And I want to highlight the third item. The third item is the discussion of the format of your study session being back down on the floor for the second and fourth meetings. And after we reviewed, we were in the process of ordering electronic equipment, particularly our microphones, and that has a long lead time. We found some additional microphones that will be with cords, not wireless, that we'll make available. We put at the back end of the council communication, a layout. We got some feedback from the mayor that he prefers not his back to be to the audience, so we rotated and put staff in the back of the audience. And so if you have any additional feedback, we're going to try to look to implement this late in October if our equipment comes in, and we'll keep you posted on that. So that was good. We do have a couple challenges, not one, I'd say one primary challenge, is that last year council decided that all meetings would also have business items which require voting. And we will not be using your iVote machine at that point in time and see how, when we have business items during the second and fourth weeks, we'll try through a visual vote unless you give instruction otherwise, because it is cost prohibitive to bring the iVote system down. So with that, that's that first update. The second one is send out an email to council, and just to let you know we're underway with our communication audit strategic plan process. And as part of that, council has valuable input that we need to hear on how well you think we communicate, and staff that communicates with council, and how we best could be communicating with our citizens. So we sent you a questionnaire. You can fill that out. And in addition, if you would like to meet one-on-one, we would set up meetings with CIG. We are also doing that with the business community, citizens, and our employees, such that in about a month and a half, we'll have recommendations by our professionals of CIG, our consultants. So that's exciting, but we're hoping to have the interviews with you within the next 2 weeks. So feel free to contact me so I can get the meeting set up. Or fill out a questionnaire, and if you don't do that meeting, just let me know. The third item is, I believe, thank you to council, city manager, Jerry Planner, and the police chief. You had a PD substation grand opening Wednesday, and we'd like to thank all staff that was involved with that. We had a lot of effort put forward by IT, City Attorney Bob Gaylor, our communications department, and I hear we had burgers being flipped by Commander Booth, and I think there was another person, I don't know, but thank you, and I think it's something the city's proud of, and my understanding we had a really great turnout. Brittany is not here today, but she would like to let you know that she's attending a conference that she thinks that you would like to know about. It's called Aviation, the Catalyst for Economic Development. She's been there since Sunday and will return tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm sorry. And the conference is focused on the positive contribution airport cities make to regional development and economic growth. And it's looking at the catalyst and what it can do, particularly for us. So she'll be excited to report back to you. And lastly, Parks and Rec, want to make sure we know about the opening of the Second Creek Trail from 108 down to 96. And it connects to the Refuge Trail system. It's on October 9th at 9:30 a.m. And the funding for that was provided by Adams County Open Space Grant funding, and then part of our park impact fee. And this is an active opening. Have your walking shoes on because you get to walk part of it. So with that, that summarizes the city manager's report for this week.
Thank you, Ms. Nealon. Councilman McEldowney has a comment for you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. On the move to a meeting format for the study sessions, I know we went back and forth on that at some point a couple years ago on whether or not to sit leaders on the floor. And one of the reasons that we decided not to hold those on the floor was time the overall cost for the meeting to affect that change. Obviously, we're taking staff out of rotation to tear down and reconstruct this room. It sounds like we're going to incur some equipment costs to make that happen. I don't remember ever getting an estimate on the implications to make those changes for the council to come behind and say, yes, let's proceed. I know there was some discussions about the desire to have that change, but, and I'm not saying I want to block this, but I do at the end of the day want to understand what the impact is to staff and what the impact is from the equipment perspective, the cost to from the perspective. I love sitting in that format, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I want to understand what those costs are. I think we as a council understand what the costs are. Yeah.
I'm ready to do that tonight if you would like to do that.
I think that's important for us to have.
As part of going live on the web, through the web and through Channel 8, we have that ability for our camera system. We incurred some costs that, I remember, were upwards in $200,000. And that was paid out of our PEG funds. PEG funds are Comcast funds that are only allowed for equipment for Channel 8. We cannot use it for anything else. So it is money that has sat in a fund, and we have not used it, and it's an appropriate use, and it's a great opportunity. That said, the additional microphones that we were looking to set up, we were really holding our costs down on those wireless mics. I can tell you, I think it was for 4 mics, it was $16,000 for wireless mics. These mics are wired, and so the cost to get the additional mics is going to be only $3,000. And all of this is coming out of the PEG funds, so we can transmit on Channel 8. The estimated labor time is going to be approximately an hour to an hour and a half prior to every council meeting that's study session format. Then there's some probably time. I think I heard takedown is like a quick half hour or so. Now, that said, once they perfect it, we'll have better information, but that's what I've been told to date. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I think, the fact that we have funds available to cover the equipment cost is huge. I just want to send drugs to the staff and that as well, so thank you.
Yeah, I just have a quick question about that. I know that, of course, we were advocating doing that for budget, and I was too, just because that's a nice format for budget retreat. But I don't ever remember having it come forward for a council vote as to whether or not we were going to do that every other week for study session. So did I miss something? And it's quite possible I did. But when did that come forward as a possibility? And then I feel I must.
I think it might be in there, but from the staff direction, and Jerry directed me from the retreat last week when the question says, how did you like the format? And
so that question was raised and we voted on that.
It was raised and everybody, it was like a consensus. How did you like this? And everybody said, and you were one.
I agreed that I liked the format. I just didn't realize that I was agreeing that we were going to move forward doing that every other week. So maybe I just misunderstood the question or the consensus.
I think that's
I do too,
I think that's what Jerry was asking.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
We were talking about, we like this format and being able to be more informal down
Right.
here. And he asked, well, is this something you want to do every other week? And we kind of said, yeah. Does anybody else remember this besides me?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked the question. I remember the question about the format for the budget meeting. I didn't, the fact that we were changing.
I didn't either. Councilwoman Teeter said she didn't either, so.
You guys were really tired of the end of that meeting.
Councilman Moreno, you don't remember that as well?
I don't remember that specific direction. I remember the question about the format
Right.
and how maybe we would like it for a study session, but I don't remember us voting or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
mean, I love the format, don't get me wrong, I just don't, I want to make sure that it's well worth the cost of staff time and equipment and things like that to do it every week. I mean, I would be interested in having a future discussion about that. If we could give, you know what, if it would be okay with council, maybe we could give direction to staff to come back and actually give us some hard numbers on what it's actually going to cost in staff time and that sort of thing. Would that be acceptable to council before we go ahead and make any decisions to actually do that? Would that be okay?
I mean, I don't really worry about any one way research about costs.
So that's pretty much it.
So perhaps.
So I would just take consensus.
The plans are in process. Sounds like folks are aligned, is that right? And when they're
We are aligned, but there is, even if council decided not to move forward with that process, those microphones are flexible for when we have panel discussions here within the chambers, so there's multi-use going on. So you can, the thing that you save by doing this is the staff time. So you can tell us next week if you don't desire to go forward. The equipment has the flexibility. That's one of the things that we looked at, so.
Yeah, let's give it a shot and I think the key is we need good enough feedback from you and your team to understand what the impacts are of that on regular operations. They have new responsibility that we'll be putting on them, what's not being done in this place. So, thanks.
I'm sorry about the confusion. Can we just take a quick consensus? Would that be all right?
If I ask what we're taking a consensus on, would it be
I'd rather
a trial
not.
run or a full-blown, what are we asking?
Councilman Moreno?
I wouldn't mind taking a consensus on maybe just trying it out the first time, trial
A
run.
couple of times.
Exactly, and then we can
Or a trial.
decide from there.
Can we set like a date between now and Halloween to see, or, because that's 2 times
After the equipment arrives, yeah. So whatever, maybe like two study sessions after the equipment arrives. Does that work? Thanksgiving or whatever?
Let me make sure you understand that the equipment that we had last week was rented.
Yeah, we have to wait for it to arrive. Yeah. So how about 2 study sessions after the equipment arrives? How does that sound like a one? Okay, I'll just put it down the line. Councilman Bullock?
Yep.
Councilman McEldowney?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Teeter? Councilwoman Preston? Councilman Benson? Councilman Moreno? Okay, then that's it. We have a consensus to give it a try, and then we can assess where things are at that point. Thank you very much. Okay, reports. Councilman Moreno.
I'll just say, based on Minette, your earlier report about, I really enjoy having that follow-up sheet, the council communication, so kudos to staff on that. It's a really great tool.
Thank you. I forgot to highlight one thing. Attached this week was a quality community update. That is what we send out to the community every 2 weeks. And so what we've done is taken it and attached it so you can see the hard copy of what we've sent, but you get it electronically. But I'll pass that back to staff. Thank you.
Even better. So that's great. And the only other thing I'll say is that I got to attend one of an event at the city that has kind of been one of my favorite events since being on council. That was the Senior Volunteer Appreciation Dinner. And that was really great. We have such a great senior community here. And not only just a senior community, but an active volunteering senior community. So it was really nice to see them and get to share a meal with them and recognize them.
Thank you, Councilman Moreno. Councilman Benson?
Yes, thank you. I guess I haven't been to a meeting since August the 30th. September the 9th, we had a D470 meeting, and of course on the 11th, I left for the IBTTA convention in San Diego. That's where I get all these ideas about toll roads and how we can build things and not use any public money. I missed the police substation opening because that's where I was, Chief Robert, and it's in my ward. When I was leaving San Diego, I ran into Bob Taylor, just getting into San Diego. I was in the security line, and he's getting off the plane. Also on the 17th, I went to the breakfast out at the Arvada Center, where they had the 3 gubernatorial candidates, John Hickenlooper and Dan Mays and Tom Tancredo. It wasn't really guess nobody really wants to get into a debate, and this wasn't really in a debate format. It was probably less of a debate than what I've seen in the presidential debates, which I don't really think are debates. But I think everybody there learned a lot. I think Mr. Cordero was there. I don't know who else. Anybody else from the city there? I think Michelle Hill was there. I saw her. But it was good for people to learn about the various positions of the gubernatorial candidates. And also, just to remind everyone, Councilwoman Teeter and I are hosting a Ward 2 meeting this Wednesday from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the Second Creek Elementary School, 9950 Laredo, in Frontier. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Carson?
Well, I also want to thank you for the council communications. I was reading it earlier, and thought, this is great. So thank you very much. And I just want to interject, as a new council person, what I thought of when we were in that study session format, how great it was. And if we do continue that format, I know it probably won't change, but Dominic and I extremely thought it was pleasurable having Mr. Davis out with us. If you want to come back to that site, we would more than be happy. I also attended the opening of the police substation, and it was a wonderful turnout. Chief, you did a great job. Your men did a great job. I heard those were some of the best looking hamburgers I've seen in a long time. So I know you guys worked up very hard to put that together. So you did a good job, and the citizens did really enjoy that. And we will benefit for years to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Carson. I attended the Senior Recognition Awards dinner myself, and that is one of my very favorite events of the whole year. The seniors, they're just amazing. They put in so many volunteer hours. They're just so fabulous, wonderful. I just love them. And Mildred Baker was this year's recipient of the Wells Fargo award, and she is so deserving. She's the most wonderful, sweet woman. I've known her since I was literally a little girl. And I just want to say congratulations to her because she is well deserving, and all of the seniors are. And I just think that, we're so fortunate in this town to have such a wonderful group of seniors. So I just want to say thank you to all of them for everything that they do. I also attended the ribbon cutting for the new police department in the Northern Range, and it was a great event, a huge turnout. I mean, it was waves of people. They just kept coming, and they had the dogs out there, and the burgers, and the kids, and it was really a great event. So I'm really excited to know that we have that substation up there, and that we will have a presence that will be much, faster to get to the Northern Range. And I know how much pressure that is to have to be coming from here back and forth on the police department. So I just think it's really great, and I'm really encouraged and excited about that substation. It's a beautiful substation, so I am very proud for that. So thank you to everyone on your staff and yourself for that. And I just want all of you to know that it is always my pleasure to serve as your acting mayor when Paul is out of town. And so I just want to thank all of you for the opportunities when I am here. I just want to let you know that it is my honor to serve when he is gone. So thanks. Councilwoman Teeter.
I just have three things. I'll say them quickly. I also love the council communication response that we get back. I enjoy that very much. I also attended the Senior Volunteer Awards dinner. I've not missed one for the last 15 years. And it's my favorite of all the dinners. And I also went to the ribbon cutting at the new police substation. And thank you, Chief, for letting me act like I was cutting that ribbon because I had to leave early. So they took a picture of me. I wanted to show Mr. Bullock that I got there before him, and I found out he didn't even show up. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
No report.
Councilman McEldown.
Just real quickly after the comments, the event, the grand opening of the substation was fantastic. Long-awaited, fantastic asset for the whole of the Northern Range. It's good pride in your team, their new headquarters, if you will. You could see the pride in the guys that put in the long hours to bring that together. And that goes not only to your team, but obviously the IT team and facilities folks who helped pull that together. So again, my thanks to all of them. The demonstrations were great.
made about the first wave that had already sort of come and gone. It seemed like that sort of continued through the evening. The demonstration by the Special Operations Task was very neat. The entire Third Avenue was shut down for a while the mob kicked out of a bad guy. They had the kids mesmerized in the street watching that happen. So very neat. I saw a lot of citizens just with big smiles and a lot of great people on I saw people really heard people talking about how impressed they were with you. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, and finally, Councilman Bullock.
Yes, I am so sorry I didn't make it to the ribbon cutting, but it seems like every time that there's something that's going to come up and I'm at work, no matter what time, I think they know I want to leave, so they wait outside the parking lot until it's about 15 minutes before I'm ready to go. They come in and they talk about 100 things and don't buy anything. But it's been a long time coming, Chief. Thank you so much for that substation because it's well needed up north, and I know the citizens up north really love that fact. Also, I went to the Seniors Volunteer Recognition Dinner, and that is a truly memorable event to see the seniors and all the time and money they save this city by their volunteer efforts. They are truly a backbone, and I said this then, the backbone of the city is volunteerism. This Saturday from 1 to 4 at Veterans Park, which is Old City Park, is going to be the historic Third Annual Historical Society luncheon and picnic. And I won't be there. I will be in Philadelphia for the Leadership Summit, which really irritates my wife totally because she thinks I did this on purpose, but I couldn't plan it that well. So it's strictly a coincidence. And thank you, Ms. Snyder. I truly enjoy every minute of you being the Mayor Pro Tem, taking over these meetings when you do. I can't say enough on how relaxing it is when you are in that seat. I could go on, but everybody wants to go home, so I'm going to shut up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bullock. That's very kind of you to say. Councilman McEldown, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. We had the privilege of interviewing another round of citizen volunteers this evening for boards and commissions, and wow, just another really exciting round of folks who I think the common theme again was I want to do something more in my community. I want to find a way to help. And tonight's primary focus was obviously was the Cultural Council, and we had folks from all corners of the community who come to the table, folks who've been here for literally ever, and folks who've been here for less than a year, who all consistently said, hey, I want to put a hand in, I want to figure out how to make a difference, I want to figure out how to bring this community together. And it's at the end of interview sessions like that I walk away with a bit more of a spring in my step and a little bit of a rebound, knowing that there are ever more people who are willing to roll their sleeves up and get involved. So to those that came out tonight, thank you very much. I'm excited for your participation in our community moving forward.
Thank you. Anyone have anything else? Anyone? No? Carson? Councilwoman Carson?
Well, I would just back up what Councilmember Bullock said. Thank you. You do a very good job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If there be no further business to come before the city, we are adjourned. Good night, everyone. Drive safely.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Did they work with their clerk? You guys did. Okay. You're